Hey everyone, welcome to the Tubeguruji channel. Today we are starting something super exciting. What if you could generate an entire online course using AI, learn from it and track your progress, all in one powerful platform? In this series, we are gonna build a full stack AI powered online learning platform using React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS and many other cutting edge technology. Also, we're gonna integrate an AI LLM model to generate the course content. User will able to generate a custom courses using AI, learn with the interactive lessons, track progress with a smart dashboard. If you are a developer and looking to level up your skill, this project will teach you everything from front end to back end, database management, authentication, AI integration and many more. So let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen generated with the help of one of the best tool you will find on the internet called UIUXmockup.com. After this, with the help of Clerk authentication, we added the authentication service provider. So if I get started, here we added this authentication. Simply sign in and then you will redirect it to a dashboard. If you see, we have this beautiful sidebar where you can expand and open it anytime. Then you will see all the courses which you enrolled previously. You can see the progress as well for each of your course whenever you complete any of your chapter. Then you will find an AI generated course list. This is generated by this particular user. Then inside the My Learning tab, you will find all your current in progress learning. Now you're gonna learn how can we reuse our component to avoid repetition of our code. Inside the Explore courses, you will find all the courses which is generated by other user as well. Now let me create a new course. So here just click on create new course, enter the course name. So let's say you want to learn a React Native. You can add a description if you want to add more details. Then select the number of chapters. If you want to include video into this all the courses, you can add that one. You will find that with the help of YouTube API, you added the video integration to our app and AI will automatically create for you. Then select the difficulty level and select the category and simply click generate course. Now AI is take care of all your requests and it will generate the complete course layout for you. Once it generates the course layout, you will redirect it to this edit course page where you will find all the details. On the right hand side, it also generates an banner for your course. How cool, right? And everything is generated with the help of AI. This banner is also generated by AI only. Then we added this beautiful progress section where you will find the chapter, the duration, how many topics under that each of this chapter, and most important, you will find each chapter one by one. How cool. And this particular UI also we added from the scratch. We are building everything from scratch. Then once you satisfy and look good, simply click generate content and now it will actually generate a content and it will add all the details for each of this chapter and the topic. And once course is generated, you will redirect it to a dashboard. Here you will find all newly generated course and all the details. Now you have option to enroll to the course and this course is generated by you. You can also enroll to this course and click enroll and then automatically you will get enrolled to this. Then after refresh, you will see this course will come under this continue learning your course platform. Simply click continue to learn and then you will land on this particular page to check all the details and then again you can continue to the chapters and all the details and boom. Here it will also get an related YouTube video for you to understand the topic more clearly. Below that you will find all the content under each topics under that particular chapter. How cool. On the left hand side you will find this chapter along with these topics for each of them and on the right hand side you will see how easy and immediately it's changing and getting this YouTube video for you as well. Perfect, right? Now you have option to mark any chapter completed. Once you finish learning, simply click mark as a completed, and then you will find that on the left hand side now this color change to green. It means the chapter, you finish that chapter, right? Let's mark couple of chapter and then I will go back to this home screen and here, and then you can see your progress as well. How easy and how cool it is, right? This is one of the best course you will find on the internet. Now let's talk about the billing section. Now user cannot create more than one course if user is on free tier. If you see, we have this billing section and we added this subscription model. Now adding a payment gateway is quite complicated, but now with this course no longer, because I'm going to tell you with the help of Clerk new feature called subscription billing model, you can add this billing in just one line. Here I added this course and the most important is very easy. Just click on this switch to obviously I already subscribed, but you have option to subscribe to any model. On the right hand side you will see all the details, add a payment method, and then simply pay with your test card, or because right now I'm in development mode, but once you're in production you can enter all the card details and simply pay it, and then boom, you subscribe to our application as well. Now also you can manage all your subscription by going to this profile under this billing section, and here you will find all the details which plan you already subscribed, or you can even cancel any of the plan, and everything you're gonna learn in just one line, because in one line you can add this subscription model. This Clerk recently added the billing feature, and which help us to add this billing or subscription model into your application without writing any of the code, and that's why we are going to use Clerk to add the pricing and billing section. With the help of this UI UX mock, you're gonna learn how can we generate a mockup or design to build any application. At every page we are going to generate with the help of UI UX mockup, and then we're gonna implement it into our application. Then for a backend we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database because it's quite fast. With the help of Drizzle ORM we are going to integrate it, and we're gonna save all our application data to a Neon PostgreSQL database. And for the AI, we are going to use a Gemini AI by Google, which is free to use and very powerful than any other AI LLM model. So whatever the content you see in this particular course is completely free, and we are going to build this application from the scratch without paying any single money. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Press like button and hit the notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update as we build this AI powered learning platform from scratch. So let's dive in a shape the future of learning one line of code at a time. Let's get started. If you want to get access to the source code or any of my exclusive courses, you can go to the tubeguruji.com, join the membership, and you will get an access to all of my source code. Let's create the React Next.js application first. As you know that we can write a front end as well as back end for our application with the help of Next.js. You don't need to set up a Node.js server separately. Instead, in Next.js, you can write the backend API endpoints inside the Next.js itself. Also, it provides a lot of different features, and in many of my applications I use Next.js. Now first thing, simply go to the nextjs.org. If you are new, explore the documentation if you want, and simply if you see this command npx create next app at latest, which help you to create a Next.js application. Now go to the folder where you want to create a project, and inside this open a new terminal at that folder. Then simply type npx create next app at latest, the command which you just copied. Now at latest will install the latest version of Next.js, but for this particular project, I'm going to use latest version, but I'm going to use the version number. It's up to you. And then click enter. Now 15.2.5 is the latest version of the Next.js application. Now say yes, and then you need to provide the project name. Here we'll say online learning platform. And then click enter. Then it will ask, do you want to use a TypeScript? We'll say no, and no to ESLint. Say yes to a Tailwind CSS, because we are going to use a Tailwind CSS, and this command will also install Tailwind CSS for you. And then no to source directory, yes to app router, and then no to all other options. Now if you see, it start installing the React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependencies like Tailwind CSS. And then once the project is created, you will see this success message. Now simply go to the VS Code, open the project where you just created, and then I will locate that folder and say open. Once the project is open inside the VS Code, you will see some of the folders and file available inside our application. Now, very first file is an app file or app folder. Inside that you will see some file like global CSS, layout.js, page.js. Now all our pages, routing, everything will be inside this app folder. Now very first, which is a global CSS, which contain the CSS which is applied to our application, the complete application. So you can mention inside this global CSS. Then we have the layout.js file, which contain the HTML body tag along with the metadata, which is very helpful for the SEO purpose. Now each Next.js application have at least one layout file, which is the root layout, through which your all pages are going to render through this children as well. Then here they applied some custom font. I am going to tell you how we can update the font, and we can use it from a bunch of hundreds of fonts, and I'm going to tell you how to add it to our application. Then we have the page.js file, which contain the default page. Obviously here you will see the default code when you generate the Next.js application. We'll see once we run the application. Then we have public folder, which contain all the images, assets, which you want to use it from your local. In the sense, you can put your images in the public folder and directly you use it inside your application instead of using it from any third-party URL. This node module contain all the packages which is needed to run your Next.js application. Obviously we are not going to touch this folder, which help us to support your application. Okay. Next we have the next.config.mjs file, which is very important and which contain the Next.js related configuration. Then we have package.json file, which contain the name, the version of your application, the script to run and build your application, the dependency which help us to are needed for this application. Like in this case, we have the React DOM, Next along with their version, and then dev dependency like Tailwind CSS. Now for this project, obviously we are going to the latest Tailwind CSS version, which is version 4. And then we have the package lock, which contain the package version which is locked, so that whenever you share your project, it will not crash it because of the different package version. This package lock will help us to lock your package version. Now very important thing, because the React 19 is recently launched and some of the libraries might not support it. Okay, so if it is not, then make sure to update this React and React DOM version to 18. Once you update, go to the terminal, open a new terminal, and it will open a terminal inside your VS Code only, and just type npm install, and the short form is npm I. Now once it install, it will update your React version to now 18. Okay, now next let's run the application. Now in order to run our application very first time, just run a command npm run dev, and then it will open a port 3000 on localhost. Now simply go back to the browser or copy that URL and paste it inside the browser, and then you will see your Next.js application running locally. How cool, right? Now whenever you run your application very first time, you will see that default page. So go to the page.js, and whatever the code you saw on the browser, it is written inside this page.js. Now let's remove all of this code, and I'm gonna simply add an empty div tag. And if I go back, boom, everything is now clean off and you will see a white screen. Now make sure all the HTML, CSS will be inside one single tags. You cannot write like this, okay? It will give you the error. So make sure. And here, let's see, I'm gonna type h2 tag. Here we'll say hello world, okay? And then save it. If I go back, as soon as you save it without refreshing, you will see the text hello world. So that's how you can run your application very first time. Now next important thing we are going to install is a Tailwind CSS based UI library called Shadcn. Just type on Google Shadcn, you will jump onto this URL called ui.shadcn.com, and which help us to build our application or build a UI of our application much faster, because it has a predefined component. So go to the documentation, select the correct framework. So in our case is NextJs, and this is the command to install the Shadcn inside your project. So simply inside the terminal, I will add a plus sign and simply will paste this command. Then you have option to select the base color. I will select this slate, and then it will start installing the dependency, and boom, if you see, it's ready. Once you install the Shadcn, you will see some of the file get added to our application. The very first is a lib which contain the util.js file which help us to run the Shadcn, and then the component.json which contain the configuration related to the Shadcn library, like the base color, whatever where you see all the Tailwind CSS color variable are, and some other aliases as well. Now go to the app folder, and inside the global CSS you will see some changes inside the global CSS. All the Tailwind CSS Shadcn related color variables is added inside the global CSS. You might see this new format of the coloring. Don't worry, because I'm going to tell you how can we generate this particular format as well for our color variables or color value. So don't worry about that. Now next thing, whichever component you want to use it, for example, if I go on the left hand side and scroll it, you will see different component, right? Let's consider the button. Now if you want to use this button component, here you will see all the examples. You can try that out. Now I will just copy this button component npm command and simply go back to our application and then paste it here. Now it will install this button component inside your application, and here you will see the new folder called components, and under that we have this UI folder, and inside that you will see all your button component. Now if you want to use it, simply use this button component from the components UI button, make sure to import it, and here we will say hello world and save it. And if I go back to our application, make sure to refresh. Now in many cases, because Tailwind CSS recently updated to version 4, it might not reflect these changes. Sometimes just stop your server and restart it again, okay, and then refresh the screen. Even though the changes are not reflected, go to the global CSS, and then let's remove this tw animate CSS file, okay, that might cause an error, and if you see, now everything is work properly. Let's try adding back, and still you will see your changes is persist. This is a quick hack, okay. Many users face this issue where the styling is not get applied, right? So just follow this step and you are good to go. Now to build any SaaS application, the two factors are very important. One is the authentication for our application where unauthorized user cannot access it, and the second important part is a pricing model or subscription model for a SaaS application to make money from that application. But what if one service give you this both those feature at one platform? Yes, you heard right. So that's the reason we are going to use a Clerk. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market, which give you a different features, different service providers. You can add a multi-factor authentication, add the session management, or you can also integrate emails, SMS, one-time password, magic link, or any kind of social authentication as well. It's very easy to integrate, and in many of my applications I already use this Clerk. Another important factor that Clerk also introduced a very new feature called billing, which is the easiest way to add subscription model into your application directly without writing a bunch of code. The subscription billing with the help of Clerk is one of the best features that I saw in the market, because adding a payment gateway in any application is a big task, and Clerk is doing it for you. You just need to add one line of code, and then this billing will integrate to your app. And also it is very important to understand that Clerk providing this billing feature for free, so you can use it. Currently it's integrated with the Stripe, and in this particular course we're gonna learn how can we add the Clerk authentication along with how can we add this subscription billing model to our app. So simply go to the clerk.com. If you don't have an account, make sure to create one, it's free, and then go to the dashboard. If you don't have any application created, make sure to create a one. So over here I have option to create an application. Give the application name. So here we'll say online learning platform, and then you have option to enable any sign-in method, let's say phone, or you can enable Facebook, and on the right hand side you will see the actual preview once you use the Clerk component. Okay, now I will use the Google authentication along with the email and password, and then simply click create application. Once the application is created, you will land on this overview page where you will see this option. Obviously we are using Next.js, so we'll select the Next.js, and then you can simply install this Clerk Next.js SDK. So let's go back to our project. Then inside the new tab I will paste this command. In meantime you can copy this both the environment keys, and you can create a new .environment file where we're gonna keep all of these keys. Okay, so I will put it inside this file, make sure to save. Then we need to add the middleware. Now middleware is very important feature provided by the Next.js and the Clerk to avoid to give an access to the unauthorized user. You can protect your pages with the help of this middleware. So simply first we need to create this middleware.js file inside your root directory. Then copy all of the content as it is and paste it here. Okay, you don't need to understand right now, I'm going to tell you how it works. Next, you need to wrap your application inside this Clerk provider. So just go back to your application. Inside the layout.js file, I will wrap the complete application inside this Clerk provider. It means we are protecting our complete application. And then you can just run the npm run dev. Now if I run it, you will see no change on this page, right? Still you can able to access it because inside the middleware.js we did not protect any route yet. Okay, but if I go to the continue to this Next.js guide, then you will jump onto this documentation. Now click the link in the description, so you will land on the specific documentation which we needed to implement these features. Now obviously we are going to build our custom sign in and sign up page. So simply copy this all the line as it is and then go back to your app. Inside this app folder I'm going to create a new folder, but I'm starting with this name circular braces. so it will not consider that as a route, and inside that click plus sign, paste this route, so it automatically create the folders and then file for you. Then copy this content as it is and then simply paste it here and save it. Next, once you add that, make sure inside the middleware you need to mark this as a public route, and then you can protect all other routes. So I will copy this code, okay, or let's copy everything as it is and replace your middleware code with the one which you copied. Now over here, if you see, we just mentioned, okay, these are the public route, okay, so it is accessible to all the users. And then if the public route is not there, means if you did not mention, then simply protect all the routes, okay. It means now our application is protecting all the routes, okay. Now if I go to this localhost 3000, you will see it's redirecting me to this sign in page. But over here, obviously the route is different, okay, so we'll fix it. So go back again to this documentation and then make sure to copy this environment variables inside your .env file. And after that, now if I try to access localhost, you will land on our own sign-in page. See, we are still on the localhost 3000. It means we are still on our domain and then the sign-in page. Obviously, this sign-in page we are rendering from our auth sign-in and inside the page.jsx file. Okay, so that's how we need to implement. Now, next part, obviously, once you implement, make sure to add the custom sign-up page. So we'll go to that. Then copy this command, copy this path so that we can create a sign up page as well in the same way which we did it from the sign in page. And then simply copy this command and then paste it here. Then over here, make sure to add the sign up as well. So I will again copy as it is so that we can replace all them together. And then make sure to add this sign up, or we'll copy everything and we'll add it inside this .env.local file, okay, and save it. Perfect. And then run as it is. Now obviously, if I go to the sign in and want to go to sign up page, see, you have option to go to the sign up page and still you are on the same route. So that's how easily you can add authentication to your app. Okay. Now quickly we are going to make this particular sign in card, will keep it in the center. So simply go to the sign in. Over here I will wrap in a circular braces and then I will wrap this sign in inside the div tag. Now to this div tag simply add a styling, okay. So over here we'll say flex align item in the center and then we'll say justify center. Also make sure to give height to the screen so it will be in the center of the screen. So if I go to this sign in, just refresh it, and now if you see, it comes to in the center of the screen. Same thing you have to implement. So I will copy this for the sign up screen. Something like this, but make sure you are using the sign up component. Okay, now if I go to the sign up, see, it's still in the center of the screen, and that's how you can update it. Now let's consider you sign in or sign up to our app. Once you select the account, then click continue and then you will redirect it to this localhost 3000. See, now you are completely signed in. The interesting part about the Clerk is giving you some default ready-made components for you. You just need to add it. Let me show you how. So I will close this tab. Let's go to our page.js where we have this hello world written. Over here, I will use this user button component. Once you save it, and boom, if you see the user profile icon who log into this app, and obviously on the click of this, you have option to see your details, you can manage your account or even sign out. If I click on manage account, you have option to this check all the profile and security options as well. How cool, right? Another important thing, obviously currently we are in the development mode, okay, and you can change this anytime from the Clerk dashboard. So over here you will see an option called development and you can create a production instance, but obviously we are going to do that at the end of this tutorial, because once our application is ready, we are going to deploy it and then we'll change this development to the production. So that's how easily you can add the Clerk authentication. Later on in this course, you can learn how can we add the billing subscription pricing section to our app with the help of Clerk. Now once user is authenticated to our app, we need to save user information to our database, and for that one we are going to use a Postgres SQL database with the help of Neon. Neon is one of the best Postgres SQL database provider in the market, and which give you the free database for you. It also very easy to integrate and much faster. With the help of Drizzle ORM, we are going to connect it to the Neon Postgres SQL database into our app. And if you don't know any query related to the Postgres, don't worry, because that's the reason we are going to use this Drizzle ORM, which help you to write and to get or to make CRUD operation without writing any query. Okay, so simply click the link in the description and sign it to the Neon. In meantime, go to the Drizzle ORM. Here I will go to the get started and make sure to select the Neon. Okay, so here I will select the Neon, scroll down, and first thing you need to install the Neon database, okay, which is the serverless database. So I will copy this, go back to your project, and inside the terminal just paste this both the command. So it will install the Drizzle kit and Drizzle ORM for you. After that you need to add a database URL. So I will go back to this environment file, paste it here, and also I will make sure to add the next_public, okay, in case it is trying to access from the client. Okay, now in order to get this database URL, go click the link in the description for the Neon and then click login. Once you sign in, you will land on this project guide. If you don't have any project listed, you can create a new project. I already have one, so I will open the existing one, and here you will see all the details like storage, compute. On the left hand side you will see and different options as well. Now at the top you will see an option called connect. Click on it, and here you can select the different branch if you want. I will keep the main branch. Okay, and under the database, if you observe, I already have many projects running with the help of Neon, and I never face any single issue. Now here you have option to create a new database. Give the database name. So here we will say online learning platform, and then you can select the owner. I will keep as it is and simply click create. Once you click creating this database, you will see the connection string. Obviously you have different option as well. So I will copy this and then go back to your .env file and simply paste it here. Okay, and then save it. Now once you added this, let's close it. Okay, and now you are ready to use it. Go to the Drizzle ORM again, and then you need to add this database initialization. So copy this both the command, go back to your project, and inside here I will create a brand new folder called config. Inside this config we'll create a db.jsx file and paste this both the command, the line which you copied. Now here you need to make sure to export the db so that you can use it throughout the application, and then save it. But if you need an synchronous connection, you can copy this one, and then I will just comment this out, okay, so that you can refer it from the source code if you want, and then paste it here. But here I will change this to PG. Okay, it's the same kind of initialization. Okay, so this is just a constant, not a big deal, but here make sure you are connecting to the database URL, and same way I will export this and save. Now in order to create a table, right, you need to write or create a schema file, and inside that you need to define this table. Okay, so let's go back to our app, and under the config we'll create a schema file, and simply we'll say schema.js. Inside this schema, obviously I will use this existing template or existing code. Okay, and let me explain you step by step. So first we created this constant called user table, and now this particular user table constant, we are obviously using it to access it throughout the application, that you will see in a moment. You can give any name, okay, we'll say user table, and PG table is importing from the Drizzle ORM, and we gave the table name as a user, and inside that these are the column along with the type, whether it's a null or not null, and everything. Now we have the ID, which is the auto increment, so automatically it will add it for you. Then we have name column, which is of type varchar with the length 255, and it is mentioning as a not null, so you have to provide the value. Then I will remove this email and will keep the name and the email as well. Along with that one, I'm going to add a subscription ID, okay, or maybe we can change that later on, and it is type varchar, okay. I'm not mentioning anything for now, and simply save it. Now later on, anytime you want to add any column, just add it here, okay, and then you are good to go. Obviously, once you create this table and added this schema, first time obviously you need to set up a Drizzle config file. So copy this text or file name and make sure to create that inside the root directory with the name drizzle.config.js, and simply copy all of this code and paste it here. Now obviously you don't need this out, so I will remove it. Then you need to mention your schema file route. So in our case, it is inside the config/schema.js. Then we are using Postgres, and then obviously the database URL you have to add it, and then simply save. Okay, so this is the first time obviously you need to add. After this, whatever the changes you made it inside your schema file, now if order to apply that, simply run this command drizzle git push. Now once you enter, obviously it's saying could not find .environment file. So inside the drizzle config, as we are not using the JS TypeScript, so just remove that import and then run this command again, and boom, if you say, it's saying the changes are applied. Now in order to see your table, you have two options. Either go to the neon. Under the neon, if you see this table option on the left hand side, click on it and select your database. Over here you will see the new table get created called user along with our all columns. Obviously you have option to add a record, filter it, and many other options. You can even see how this column are structured and everything. How cool, right? Obviously Neon providing you all of these things on the cloud platform. You don't need to do anything. But if you want to run it locally on your local machine, simply run a command npx drizzle kit studio. Now once you run this command, Drizzle also providing you this local studio for you. So just copy this URL, run it inside your browser, and boom, here you have the access to your database locally. Obviously you will see all of these options similar like a Neon. Obviously once you click on the user, you have option like ID, name. You have option to run the SQL command directly, or you can run the Drizzle query as well. Here you will see the schema just we created, and all the details you will find on this local studio as well, similar like a Neon. So it's up to you whether you want to access or you want to run it locally and everything. Okay, so that's how guys you need to set up your database. Now once user is authenticated, we want to save the user information, and we already set up the database as well. So simply we have to make sure that user is new, then insert the record, otherwise just fetch the record from the database. So for that one, obviously you can add the logic inside the layout, but as layout.js is rendering on the server side, so we don't want to add any React hook on the server side. Obviously if you add any React hook, then we have to convert that component to a client. So for that one, I am going to add a provider.js. okay, then here as default template, and I will rename this to provider with a capital P, and then make sure to render the children. Over here make sure to pass these children. Then inside the layout.js, I will just wrap this like this. So I will wrap the children inside this provider, so it will render it from here and then from the div. Obviously we want to make this component on the client side. Now if I go back to our application, you will not see any changes. We just added our own provider. Now next part, we want to save the user information. So let's go to the app, and inside this app I'm going to create an API endpoint. Now inside the Next.js, in order to create an API endpoint, you have to create a new folder called API, and inside that, whatever the endpoint you want to create the folder with that name. Let's say user. So it will be like your domain.com/API/user, and that will be your endpoint. But inside that you can add, or you have to add route.jsx, in which you have to mention your endpoints. Let's consider we want to save the user information. So I will say export export async function, and then we want a post request. So we'll say post, and here will be the request. Now it will simply return the next response. So if you see, it is importing from the next server.json, and whatever you want to return, you can just pass to this JSON. Now over here, obviously in order to save the user information, you need a basic things like user email, then name of the user, you can just say email over here, and I think that's all we needed, but you can definitely go to this database and check. Now right now obviously we just need these two value, name and email. Okay, and then we'll say await request.json. So obviously it is fetching from the request body. Whenever you make a post call, it will fetch. Now next thing, first we'll check if user already exists. Okay, otherwise if not, then insert new user. Okay, so here in order to check if user is already exist or not, here we'll say users is equal to await db. Now this database is importing, we are importing this db from our reference that, or in which we mention inside the config. Okay, here we'll say dot select dot from, and inside that you need to mention the name of the table. So we'll say user table. See, as this is the TypeScript based ORM. Okay, so you will get the suggestion as well. So once you provide select from, here we'll add a condition where equal to, make sure to import that equal to as well, and then you need to provide on which column you want to test. So we'll say user table dot email along with the email which you are going to pass. Okay, if now inside here we'll say if users dot length is equal to 0, it means this user don't have anything with that particular email. Then it means we don't have that user already exist, so make sure to insert that new user. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then you need to provide a table name. Now whenever you type, you will get this suggestion. See, now inside insert we have to make sure to enter the table name. Now our table name is users table, and then you need to provide a values which you want to insert. So the value is name as a name and email as email. Okay, these two only these two value we need to add, and inside the return you can say result. Obviously here you need to add a returning, and inside the returning you can, I think, provide the user table. Okay, so you can just return the result as it is. Okay, otherwise okay, so make sure you will returning from the Next.js response. Okay, that will be the correct way, and otherwise you will return these users. So make sure you will only fetch the first one. Okay, otherwise it will return the it will return the list of users, but we only want the first one. Okay, because every time we will get the only one record. So I think that's all we needed. Let's save it for your testing purpose. I'm going to write the result over here so you can check inside the console. Now, once your API endpoint is ready, inside the provider you need to call it. So here we'll say constant create new user and the arrow function. Inside that we need to call that API endpoint. Now in order to make an API endpoint call, I'm going to use one library called Axios. So simply make sure to add that. So we'll say Axios, okay, and npm I Axios, make sure to install it. So once you install, you can make an HTTP call, any CRUD operation like post, select, put, update, delete, everything, okay. So we'll say constant result is equal to await, then Axios dot post slash API slash and our API endpoint, which is user. Then we need to provide a body. So inside the body we'll simply pass username, right? So name we want it, and then we also want an email. Now in order to get a login user email and password, you can get it from the hook called use user, and this hook we are importing from the Clerk. Clerk providing this hook so that you can use this any user information. For example, we want user full name or first name, whatever you want to save, and then user email. So user email you can also save like this, say, and here I will make this as async. Now once you get the result, you can just console the result. So we'll say result.data, because Axios will return your result inside the data field. Now this create new user we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load and when the user information is available. So here we'll say user and create new user and simply save it. And if you see, as soon as we save it, right, in online number 19, so if I go over here, we got a data, and this data obviously is inserted to our database. If I refresh the screen, now you will see a brand new record, okay. Now even though if I refresh it, you will see the same result, okay, but the data will not get inserted this time because the record with this email is already exist. Not only that, but we also added one more parameter to check inside this schema file. So if I go to this schema file, here you will see that user with this email already there, and obviously it should be a unique. So even though if you try to insert it, it will throw an error, okay. So that's how, guys, you need to save the user information to your database. Now another thing, once you save this information, obviously you need this user information throughout the application in different components, and it's not good way to pass this data from one component to other, from parent to child. The best way to share your state or data across the application is by using the context. Now in order to create a context inside the React, we'll create a new folder called context inside the root directory, and inside that we'll create user detail context, and this particular use React hook will save our state and will share across the application. Now over here we just need to type export constant user detail context is equal to create context, and make sure to import it from the React and then simply save it, and that's how our context is now ready. Now in order to make it workable, simply wrap your application. So inside the provider.js, I will wrap this. We'll say user detail context dot provider, and inside the provider will provide the default value as well to this context. Now in order to provide a default value, I'm going to mention a state called user detail. Set user detail is equal to use state, and then we'll set the user detail using the result dot data, okay, and then we'll pass that both the one state and one is another to set the state, and then save it. Now wherever you want to use this user detail and set user detail, you can use it with the help of context. So that one obviously I'm going to tell you in upcoming chapters how to use it and where to use it and everything. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. It's time to build a dashboard for our application. And in order to create an UI UX mockup, I am going to use this UIUXmockup.com. This is my first SaaS application which is available publicly to use it. It is completely free to start and you can generate a wireframe mockup, advanced mockup, and here you can start it for free. It is one of the best UI UX mockup you will see. With the help of AI, we build the wireframe and mockup for your application according to your requirements. You can even edit any of the mockup even it's generated. Simply sign into your application. Once it sign in, you will jump onto this dashboard, and if you see, I'm using this application from a long time to generate the mockup for my different applications. Also, you can explore the more tools in the billing. You can join it as a subscribe members, or you can even buy the credits. You don't need to join the subscription, but in the subscription you will get more feature. Also, if I go to this workspace, let me show you the quick UI. So I have this already created some designs, and here you will see this beautiful design created by this UI UX mockup. We have this beautiful playground. On the left hand side, you have option to generate the wireframe, basic mockup, advanced mockup along with the different style, device type, and then you can enter your requirements. Over here, you can see your what are the prompt you use for to generate this mockup, or if you want to edit any of this section, you can even edit this. If you want to see this in a live mode, you can have option to see it, and boom, you will see in the live mode completely new tab how it looks. You can check the responsiveness and everything with the help of this UI UX mockup. If you think that any of this UI mockup does not generate correctly, you have option to report an issue, and then you will get a refund to your credits as well. If you don't want that, you have option to delete this mockup. So guys, let's create the one for our new application. So I will just go to this create new design, and here we'll add online learning platform, and we'll create a new design completely. If you see, our dashboard is completely empty. Here let's create some wireframe. Okay, I'm not going to create a extra it's complicated, but I will just keep it simple. Then you have option to select the mockup style. I will select as a flow byte, select the device type, and simply add your requirements. I just added that we want online course learning. You can include these are some of the important things, and you have option to enhance this requirement as well. I will keep as it is and simply click generate design. Within a few seconds, it will generate the beautiful design wireframe for you as we selected the wireframe, and boom. If you see, this is the easiest and simplest way that they generated the wireframe for us. Obviously, it just gives you the layout because this is a wireframe. But if you want to go into advanced mode, just select the advanced and keep the all other setting as it is, and then generate the design. If you want to create a wireframe or basic mockup, those are faster than the advanced. Advanced might take some time, about 40 seconds to a minute, but wireframe basic mockup can generate less than 30 seconds. And boom, within a minute, you got this beautiful mockup for your application. Obviously, you have option to update any of these things if you want, and here you have this complete design as well. If you want to see in this one in a live mode, just open this in a new browser, and boom, you will see everything in a live mode as well with all the details, and it created the complete page for you. Obviously, you can take a reference of this one in order to build our application now. Here, not only it will just give you the UI, but you have option to see the small changes as well, and everything you will find in this particular UI/UX-mockup.com. Now depends on your requirement, you can generate as many as mockup you want, and then you can take the one which you really like it. Okay, so guys, just try this UI/UX-mockup.com. I will put the link in the description, so you will explore it and get started for free. Now head back to our application and simply we're gonna create a new route. So inside the app, we'll create a workspace. Inside this workspace, we'll add two important files. One is the dedicated layout to this workspace. So let's add a default template and we'll rename this to a workspace layout. And through this workspace layout, whatever the children comes under the workspace, it will come inside, it will render through this workspace layout, and then save it. Then we'll create a provider.jsx file, which is again dedicated to this workspace, and I will rename this to workspace provider and save it. Obviously, make sure to render the children, and we'll keep this on the client side and we'll keep this layout on the server side. Okay, so that's the reason I'm going to render this workspace provider, and then we'll render the children and save it. Okay, after this, obviously we want a workspace as a page as well. So let me show you. So whenever user log into our application and go to or redirect it to the workspace, we want to simply want a route/workspace. Okay, obviously here we have our application name and then /workspace, and on the /workspace we want to show a default page. So that's the reason we are going to add a page.jsx file, add a default template, and here we'll say workspace, okay, and then save it. Now if I go to the localhost 3000/workspace, you will see you will redirect it to the workspace page. Now on this page, as you see in our mockup, right, we want, let me open in a new tab, or you can just zoom it. Okay, so it's quite easy. So over here, if you see, we want the sidebar similar like this one. Okay, so in order to add it, I'm going to use a Shadcn component. So we already have open over here, and go to the component called sidebar. Okay, now Shadcn also provide us inbuilt sidebar component for you, and very easy to use. First, make sure to install this component. So copy this command, install it, then simply copy this all these globals of the variables and paste it inside your global CSS file. So I will go to the global CSS and gonna simply paste it here and save it. Next thing, if you want to explore more how this sidebar works, what are the different components, just go ahead and try this out. Now next thing, make sure to wrap your app under this sidebar provider, so you can open or hide that sidebar from any page. Okay, but make sure it is inside the workspace. So inside the provider, I will just wrap it like this. Okay, and in order to open and hide this sidebar, you can add a sidebar trigger, okay, which will help us to enable or to show or hide the sidebar. Then under the workspace, I'm going to create a new folder called components, and all the components related to this workspace we're going to keep inside this component folder. So for example, we want to use a sidebar, right? We want to add that, so we'll add it inside this app sidebar, add a default template, and then you will see this example. Just copy that and paste it here, and then this sidebar. Now obviously this sidebar has a header, sidebar has a footer, the content and everything. Once you save it and go back to your application, obviously we have an error. Okay, so it's saying sidebar provider is not defined. So inside the provider.js, make sure to import that and then save it. Okay, obviously it's not showing. That's because we did not imported this app sidebar. So we'll add that app sidebar and save. Okay, so it means it will show it on the screen. Now over here, if you see on the left hand side, we have a dedicated sidebar. If I click on this one, boom, it collapses. Again, if I click it, it will open, because this is the trigger that we added, and this helps us to open and hide this sidebar. Now depends on the screen size as well, it automatically hide it for you. See, beautiful, right? You don't need to maintain or control anything manually. This Chatsion sidebar component is taking care of all of these things. Okay, now once you added this sidebar, let's go to this app sidebar, and then the very first thing, we want to add a logo at the top, right, inside the sidebar header. So I'm gonna add this sidebar header, and inside that we want to add a logo. So you can use any logo placeholder. Just search on a Google, then open any of this logo placeholder. Okay, you will find a lot of a different bunch of different placeholder. Select the one which you like it. So I'm going to use this, okay, because I'm keeping the black and white theme for our app, or maybe we can change to blue. Okay, it's not big deal. Once you copy this SVG, right, go to the public folder. We'll create a new logo.svg file, and then simply, obviously here we'll say open, and then save this file. Okay, once you save it, obviously you have your own logo.svg file. You can just check the code is here. I don't know. Yeah, if you see, this file is showing that logo. Now in order to use it, use image tag from the next/image, because this image tag giving you the image optimization functionality. Then the source tag, and inside that you can directly access that. So we'll say logo.svg. Now Next.js automatically consider that you are trying to access this image from the public folder. Then in alt tag we'll say logo, and width let's say 120, and then height 200, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful logo showing on the screen. Now for this sidebar, you can add a class name, and we'll give some padding to 4, and then save it. Okay, perfect. Here you can change this width little bit, and some height as well, so little bit bigger. Now over here I just changed this logo little bit, okay, and updated it. Next, after that we want to add a button. Okay, now this button you can simply add inside the sidebar group as well. So over here I will add this sidebar group, and then we'll add a button, and then we'll call it as a create new course, and then save it. Perfect. And if you see, this button is showing on the screen. Now if you want to change the primary color of your application, you can even change that. Currently it's showing kind of black color, right? But if you want to change, simply go to the global CSS, and inside the global CSS you will see under the theme with the different color variables, right? Now for the primary color, okay, this is the default color. When you add any component, obviously you can change this, but it is hard to add this particular color code in the format of OKLACH. Okay, so I don't know what is called actually, but go to this oklach.com, and here just simply add the hex code which you want to use it. For example, I want to use 992EDB. Okay, it's kind of purple color, and then simply copy this code and then paste it here and save it. Okay, once you save, go back to your application, and then boom, you will see that change. Now go back to the app sidebar, and in this one now we want to add a menu, right? So I'm at the top, I'm just going to define a constant. Here we'll say sidebar options and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a title, let's say dashboard. Then we'll add an icon for the dashboard. So you can even add this icon from the Lucid React, because it is already installed to our application, and it has a various bunch of different icons as well, and it's available free to use. Most important, very easy to add it as well. So I will add that layout dashboard and then give the path. Okay, so over here I will give the path as a hash only. I will say /hash. Okay, then I will copy this few more times and then simply update the name. So I will pause the video and I will add these all the icons and the options, and now my all these sidebar options now ready. Okay, now let's show it on the screen. So under this sidebar group, I'm gonna keep this sidebar group as it is again, and we'll add another one. Inside this we'll say sidebar content or sidebar group content because we are inside the group, and then we want to show the menu, so simply we'll add sidebar menu. Okay, now inside this menu we want to iterate our sidebar options, so we'll say sidebar options dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and then arrow function. Inside this we'll say sidebar menu item, then key is equal to item, or we'll say just index as well, that's also fine. And inside that we need to add sidebar menu button, okay, which will give you the hover effect as well by default. Now inside the sidebar menu, obviously we're gonna add an item, so we'll say add as a child and then simply add a link tag from the next/link with an hrefs. Now this hrefs we are going to connect to our item.path, and then inside this we'll simply add an item.icon, and then we want to add in a span tag with item.title and save it. Now if I go back to our application, boom, if you see we have these beautiful options showing on the screen. Now obviously you can change the width, size and all, so let's add that. So first thing, for this icon I am going to add some height, so we'll say 7, width to 7. Then for this link tag we'll add a class name. Over here we'll say text is of 17 pixel, okay, and then if I save, this is how it will look like, but along with that one we also want to give padding. So to this sidebar menu item add a class name and simply add a padding, let's say 5. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Okay, now one last important thing on this sidebar is whenever you are on the any of the route, we have to show that as a selected one. Okay, that is very important, so that user will get to know which route or which option user already selected and which route he is on. So in order to do that, right, we have to add a conditional styling. So in order to add it, make sure to wrap in a curly braces this particular tag. I will say, remove this single quote, and then inside the $sign you can add a condition. Now before that we need to get the current route, right, and in order to get this current URL path, you can just add a constant. We'll say path is equal to use path name. Now this React hook will give you the current path or URL information. Now as we are using the React or next hook, right, any hook, make sure you will mark this as a client, use client, and then over here I will say if path dot includes the item dot path, if that is match, then we'll simply add a text as a primary, and then we'll say background purple because already our primary color look like a purple only, right? And if I refresh this one, obviously we don't have anything like this, but what I will do, I will go to this app sidebar option. Here we give hash, right, just add /workspace, and if you see now it is showing the dashboard as a default one and a selected one. So that's how easily you can add this sidebar and add these options. Next, on the top we want to add a header. Now in order to add a header, under this component folder we'll create a new file called app header, add a default template and save it. Now this app header we want throughout the application, so we'll add it inside the provider, and then inside this div I will add this app header. Okay, I will also make this class name with the width to be full, and then save it. And here if you see, we have this app header showing on the screen. Now you can even move this sidebar trigger inside the app header. So I will go to this app header, will add this sidebar trigger, and also I want to add a user button. And if I save it, obviously make sure to import this sidebar trigger. And if you see, we have user button and sidebar trigger, which is working as expected. Now we want this user profile on the right hand side. If you see this icon, you can move this. So you can just add, let's say, bottom right. So it will be showing on the right now. Okay. And again, over here, obviously we want to add some padding to this header. So we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to, let's say, 4. We'll make it flex, make justify between, and item to be in the center. Boom. Also we want to add a shadow small, so we'll add a shadow small. So we'll see this small line, see, so you don't need to add a border, and automatically add the header for you. So that's how guys you need to add a sidebar and header. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now with the help of UI UX mockup, I created this simple design. Okay, I use this basic mockup because I just want this welcome banner and the empty state if user don't have any course created, and he gave me this exact UI which I was looking for. So in this case, at the top we are going to show an welcome banner, and then we are going to add an empty state option where if user is a new user and don't have any course created, then we are going to show this empty states and option to create a new course. But if user already have the course, then obviously we are going to show the courses which is already created. That mockup we will implement later on, but first let's add this empty state mockup. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing that we want to add is a welcome banner. So inside this underscore component, we'll create a new file called welcome banner.jsx. Add a default template and then save it. Also inside the provider, I am going to add a div, and to this div will add a padding to 10, and then I am going to wrap it. Okay, so for all the pages now we are adding this padding to 10, and if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously inside our welcome banner, we'll remove this and we'll say welcome to online learning platform. Okay, and then save it. In a new line, I will also add learn, create and explore your favorite courses, and save it. Now for this h2 tag, we'll add a font bold, text is of Excel, and if I go back over here, this is how it look like. I think that's pretty good. I will just make it text to Excel. Then we want a background is of gradient color, so you can simply do it by using, say, background gradient, and then you can provide the direction, whether you want bottom right, bottom left, and somehow like that, right? Then you need to provide a start color, so we'll say from, then we'll add something like blue. Okay, then you can add a via. Okay, so it kind of middle color, so I will add a purple, or we'll say primary. I will add purple only, let's say. We have indigo as well, I think that's good. And then 2, which is the last color, and we'll say a pink, and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it look like. I think that's better, but it will look much better when you change this color of the text to white. Okay, same thing you have to do for this p tag as well. and save it. Perfect. Now give the rounded corner. Okay, so over here I will say rounded to Excel. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Obviously you can add more detail into that one. I will keep as simple as it is. Then we want to add an empty state. So for the empty state, before that obviously we'll create a new component and we'll say course list dot jsx. Then we'll add a default template for that and make sure to import this course list component into your page.jsx. Now go to the course list and obviously I will define one empty state and again we'll call it as a course list. And initially it will be empty. Then inside the h2 tag we'll just simply say course list. We'll add some styling and then we'll add a div. This div we want to show empty state, so we'll say course list dot length. If is equal to 0, it means we don't have anything, right? Then we'll show this div. Otherwise we're gonna show the list of courses. Okay, so over here we'll say list of courses. Otherwise, and make sure to close these curly braces, and inside this div now I'm going to add simply an image source, and I already added the one image, okay, which is this online education, so which is available inside this public folder which I am going to use. So here we'll say online education.png file, then give alt name. I will just say education, width let's say 80 and height to 80. And if I go back, obviously it asking us to make this component on the client side. That's because we use this use state. So I will mark this component on the client side, and then you will see this course list along with this image. Obviously for this div I will add a margin top to 10, so some space, and obviously for this image we'll put it in the center of the screen. So over here we'll say flex, padding to let's say 7, item to be in the center, and justify content in the center. Then in a h2 tag we'll simply say look like you have not created any courses yet, and then we'll say we'll add a button. It will say create your first course, and for this one we'll add margin y to 2 and font, not font but we'll make text larger. Okay, but right now everything is looking in a one line, so let's make this as a flex column. Also for this text we'll make font bold, and I will make this Excel. Perfect. Now once you add that one, make sure to add some kind of border. Okay, so basically for this div we can add a border, then we'll make rounded to Excel and save it. Perfect. We'll also add margin top to 2. Okay, and that's how it's ready. You can also make the background secondary just to give some different look, see. Okay, and obviously once user click on create your first course, then we are going to open a pop-up in which user can enter a basic information, and with the help of AI model we'll start generating the course. Now on the click of this create new courses, we want to open a dialog where user can enter the basic information. So with the help of this UI UX mockup, I just added what I want, and then it generated me this beautiful form where I have option to add a course name, the course description, then the number of chapters that you can add, whether do you want to include a video in the course or not, and an option to select a difficulty level. We also have an option to add a category, okay, and the target audience if you want. It's not mandatory, but all of these fields I'm going to add it to our dialog. So in order to add a dialog, go to the chat scene and search for a dialog component. So if you see over here, we have this dialog component, and you can see the example. If I click on this one, this is how the dialog will open. So I think everything is look good. So let's install this dialog. So inside the new terminal, make sure to install it, then copy this import statement, and then we are going to create a new component under the component folder. We'll say add new course dialog.jsx. Add a default template and simply paste this dialog over here. Oh, sorry, this is the import statement. So I will paste it at the top, and then I will copy this and then we'll paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now once this dialog is inserted or you pasted this code, right here, if you observe, this is the actual dialog trigger. Now dialog trigger is nothing but to open the dialog, okay, and once you click on this button, it will open this particular content with this title and the description. Now in order to test this one, you need to import this component somewhere so that it will open. But if I go back to our application, we want to open our dialog on the click of this button. So to do that, here I am going to accept the children, and then these children I am going to render inside this dialog trigger. Okay, now I will mark this as child and save it. Then let's go to this app sidebar, because that's where we have the button, right? And then I'm going to simply wrap our button inside this add new dialog component, so that now this button will be act like a children, and then it's going to through this dialog trigger. Okay, now let's test this out. So if I click on this create new course, let me refresh the screen once and click it, boom, it opened the dialog. How cool. Same thing we have to do it for this create your first course. So I will go to the course list where we have this button, and then simply add your component. And that's the reason we are creating a multiple reusable component, so that you don't need to add your code again and again. And here as well, if I click on this, I will just, okay, so it was refreshing, sorry, and if I click it, see the dialog is open. Okay, so that's how guys you need to add. Now let's go to this add new dialog and let's start implementing. So over here for the dialog title, I will say create new course using AI. Then for the description, I will add a simply div. Over here we'll add as child and save it. Now inside the div, as you see inside this mockup, we have this course name, course detail. The same way we have to add it, but if you observe, we have this input, the text area. So let's add that component as well from the chat scene. So if you see, we have this input, okay, using this input, and also we want to add a text area that also available inside this chat scene. So you can even install both at a time. Here we'll say text area as well and click enter. So it will install both the component for us. Then I will add a div tag. Inside that we'll add a label tag, and then we'll say course name. Then we'll add an input tag, and inside that we'll add a placeholder as course name. Now if I go back, here you will see the input and then label. Same thing we have to repeat for the different component. So we have this div, I will paste it here. Now we want a course description. Here this will be optional, okay, and we want to use a text area for that one. So I added the text area. Here we'll say course description, and save it. Perfect. But obviously here it's not look good, so we need to give some space. So for this parent div, I will add a flex column, and then we'll give gap to 3. Okay, so automatically it will add some space, and also I will add margin top to 3. Perfect. Next we have the number of chapters. Again, it is an input, so I will copy this same div, I will paste it here. Just I will change this name, so here we'll say number of chapters, and for the placeholder we'll say number of chapters, and you can even provide a type. Okay, now the type you can mention it as a number. Okay, so it will only accept the number. See, you can type any character, just you have option to type a numbers. Next thing, obviously we have this checkbox whether you want to include the video or not, but you also have option in the chat CN called switch. You can use this switch, okay, to make sure that it is enabled, or do you want to include video or not. So I will copy this component, go back to your project, inside the terminal make sure to install this switch, and in order to use it you can directly use this with the help of this switch. Okay, now you inside the form you can see how they actually use this switch to get a value. See, so for now I will just add this div, will add this switch, make sure to add this component, and then we'll add a label, we'll say include video, and then over here we'll add a flex gap to 3, item to be in the center. And if I go back to this create new course, you will see you have option to enable and disable this include video with a switch. Next option we have the drop down. See, okay, and here in the drop down you have different option. Now with in the UI UX mockup you can open in a new tab so that you can actually look how it works. See, okay, how cool. So that also you can do it. Now for the switch, first we will add a div, inside that we'll add a label, and we'll add difficulty level. Then in order to add a drop down, let's go back to the shared CN, and inside the shared CN search for a component called select, okay, which act as a drop down, and whichever you select it will show inside this drop down input as well. So simply copy this command, go back to your project, and then make sure to install. You can even copy this import statement. I will paste it over here, and then I will copy this select example, and then I will paste over here. Okay, now inside this you can mark the width as a full. Okay, and for these items I want to give different items or different options. So here we'll say beginner, moderate, and we'll say advanced. Over here as well I will give value. Okay, make sure to add this value as well. And you can even add a default value. Here we'll say just a difficulty level as a placeholder, and then save it. If I go back to our application, create new course, and boom, if you see, now we have this difficulty level option. Also I think I just observed that we can give some margin bottom to 1, some space between the label and the text. Okay, so over here let's add margin bottom. It is okay, we are using label, so sometimes it will not get applied, so better you can give it to this directly to the component. After this you can have option to add a category section. So for a category I will keep this input field, okay, only. So I will copy this existing one and will add a category. Now over here we will just add category separated by comma, and type it will be the text, so I will remove that. and then save it. And that's how our form input fields are now ready. Now at the bottom I'm going to add a button. So over here inside the div tag I will add a button component and it will say generate course. I will also add a sparkle icon and we'll say margin top to 5. For this button I will add width to be full. Perfect. Okay, and that's how guys you need to generate or create this simple form. Next thing, you need to make sure that you will accept all of this value and save at one form state. Okay, so let's define this form state and I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do it. So I will create a form data state using this use state hook, and once you add that I will add one new method. We'll say constant on handle input change. Now it will take two values. One is the field which you want to add and their respective value. Now simply we'll say set form data with the previous value. So we'll destructure this previous value because we want all of this value, and then respective field and then their value. Okay, and that's how you can update it. Obviously if you want you can console it. Okay, you will not get the immediate data, but you will get to know whether it's updating or not. Now this on handle input change we need to add to each of our input and all our fields. Okay, so here we'll say on change. Now for the input, when you add this on change method, it will emit the event e, and then we have to set up form data. Sorry, not form data, but here we need to add on handle input change with the field name. Now field name I will add it as a course name, and the field value will be this event dot target dot value, something like this. Now copy this, save this one and paste it to this text area as well. Here we'll say course description, or just add a description short form. Okay, instead of giving the complete field name. Now for the number of chapters, again it is the input. Here we say number of chapters. Now for this select, now select has a method called on value change. Okay, and it will give you the selected value. So just need to set this value inside this on handle input change, and here we'll say difficulty a level. We'll just add a level and its value. Okay, then the category, again it's the same thing, so I will just paste it and we'll say category, and I think that's all. Okay, the most important, again we have remaining one, which is the switch. Okay, and for the switch just simply go to the Shatsion, search for the switch, and you will see the example how to use it. So inside the code, if you see, if it's a check, then it's return the checked value, and on check change, obviously if it's a false or just opposite one, it will give you that value. Now we can use this on check change, and I will tell you how it works. Okay, so over here I will just call that. Okay, and we'll say on handle input change with include video as a field, and for this value I will just do the opposite of form data dot include video. Okay, so if it's a true in the form data, then it will false, and if it's false, then it will do the true. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. But obviously very initially you might not have the field, so inside the form data I'm going to add a default value like name. Okay, with the empty value, then we can add for the description, and which is also very helpful, okay, to avoid the errors. So whenever instead of TypeScript, right, you can use this kind of structure. Here we'll say include video, I will make this false, then number of chapters. Here I will make it as a 0 because it is a number, right? So number of chapters, then what we have, the level, okay, and then category. So over here we'll say category and then level. Okay, number of chapter, I will by default I will keep it as a 1 and then save it. So that's how you need to add it. Okay, now if I click on create course, fill the form, and on the generate course you will see this form information. So over here I will add a constant, we'll say on generate, and I will just console this form data, so you will get to know whether we are getting all the data inside the form or not. And then on the click of this button, we'll call this on generate method. Okay, now we'll go to the inspect panel and then go to the console. Here we can observe all of this detail. So here we'll say course name as a React.js, and on the right hand side, if you see, as soon as I type it, we have this all the field. The description, I will put React.js only. Number of chapter, let's say 8. Difficulty level, let's say moderate, and category, we'll say programming. And simply click generate, and boom, if you see, whatever the value we selected, now it is available inside our form data. Now next, you're gonna learn how we can use this information to generate the course with the help of AI LLM model. Once we have the user input related to the course, obviously we need to generate the course layout with the help of AI LLM model, which will give you the course description along with the topics under each chapter. Okay, obviously we will get the list of chapter, and in that one we'll get each topics under that chapter as well. Then with this AI LLM model also return us the image prompt for our course banner, and with the help of AI image to generate model, we are going to generate an banner for our images. That is completely optional, but I'm gonna tell you how you can generate it for free. Then once we have this course layout information along with the image banner, then we are going to save it to our database. And then with the new route, we are going to show this complete layout in a different UI format. Okay, obviously user have option to edit that chapter if user don't want to add that chapter, or user want to edit any of the chapter, user have option to do that as well. Okay, and once user finalize everything, then we can just click on the final generate course button, and then our again AI LLM model will generate the final content for each of the chapter. Okay, and at the last we will simply save it to our database. So this is the complete workflow for our application once user want to generate the course with the help of AI. And then at the last, obviously once we have the information related to all the course and content, then user can start learning from it by enrolling that particular course. Obviously once user created this course will be publicly available to all other user as well. Okay, so that user can also learn from your course. Now after creating this form and saving the data into the form, obviously we need to save this information to our database. So we need to create a table inside our database so that we can save the course information. So for that one, let's go back to our application, and under the schema file, which is inside this config folder, we need to write a new table. So here we'll say export constant course or courses table is equal to pg table. I will give the table name as a courses, and then you need to add whatever the field you want to add. Okay, so in this case the id column, which is the obviously auto increment, we want to add. Also I am going to add cid, which is a course id, okay, which is of type varchar, and we are going to generate a unique id every time, and make sure it will be a null, not null. Then we want a course name, So I just add name as a varchar, then the description, then again it is a varchar, then the duration of the course, okay, how long the course will be. Now I hope we did not added this field, okay. If we did not add it, just we'll ignore it, but let's make sure to add number of chapters, which is of type integer, so make sure to add it as an integer. Then we want to save whether the video is included or not, so include video column, and which is of type boolean, okay. So make sure this boolean type you are importing, and it is get inserted over here as well. Next you want to add difficulty level, so here we'll say level of type varchar, and the last I will say category, give comma, so here we'll say category of type varchar. Now another important thing inside the table is who created this particular course, that user's email ID you can also add it. So over here I will say user, we'll say just user email, okay, and this user email I want to connect it to this user table, okay. So here we'll say varchar user email, and we'll say dot reference, because we want to connect that to our user table. And then here we'll simply add a user table, I don't know what we name, okay, this is just users table, so we'll say users table dot email, okay. So we just connected to that particular table. And one more thing we want to add is, once the course layout is generated, we want to save that, right. So over here we'll say course JSON, okay, we'll say course JSON only, and which is of type JSON. I will import that from the PG core and then save it. Now whatever field you want to add, you can just make it as a not null, so it will be a mandatory field, okay. I don't want make more complicated, I will keep as it is. Obviously number of chapters is mandatory, so you can add it as a not null. This is the default, you can set it as a false, and otherwise it will be the true. The level, again this is again not null, so I will add in that way, okay. So that's how you have to import it. This is very important guys, because we want to save the course information. Let's save it, and then in order to update your table, simply go back to the Drizzle Studio. I will stop it and then run this push command, npx drizzle kit push. So what it will do, it will push your updated schema file changes, and then you can run back this studio command, okay. So if I go back to this Drizzle Studio and refresh it, you will see a brand new table, and which is our obviously courses, and in that one you will see all the columns which we just added. Perfect, right? Now let's jump on to this generate course layout section, where we are going to use an AI model to generate our course layout. And for that one, I'm going to use a Gemini's API model. Gemini API model is free to use and is very powerful than ChatGPT or any other model in the market. They also recently introduced Gemini Pro model as well, and with the help of their Google AI Studio, you can even try it out without any charge. So just simply go to this aistudio.google.com, you will jump onto the studio, and here you can use the prompt to generate the specific output. Now I already added this prompt inside our eraser doc, so just you can use it. I will just copy this one and paste it here in order to test it. And over here, once you add that, you can add some input, okay, how you want it. Let's say you want to do it for React.js with 2 chapters, okay. You can add more details. Obviously we will add it whatever we have inside the form and simply run it. Now with the help of this particular prompt and defining the output scheme, obviously we want in the JSON format, it will generate the JSON data for you. And if you see, it starts generating. On the right hand side, you will see a different model which you can use it. Many of this model is free to use and you can try that out, okay. Simply depends on how powerful you want it, you can directly use that one. Once everything look good, then we're gonna simply click on this code template, and here we will find the code. Obviously we have the REST, Python, TypeScript, AppScript. Make sure to select the TypeScript, okay, because it's quite similar to the JavaScript, and then you can use this code for your inside your application, okay. But before that, one more important thing just wanted to tell you, that you need to generate the API key. So here you have option to generate an API key. Obviously I already have many API key generated, so I can use existing one, but you have option to create a new API key as well. For option, simply go to the openrouter.ai models, and here you will find the free AI model. OpenRouter give you the access to the free model, which you can use it without any charge. Now let's go back to our application, and very first thing inside this config folder, I'm going to create a new file. We'll say, or just we can create an API endpoint. Okay, so go to this app, under the API, we'll create a new folder. We'll say generate course layout.js. Sorry, just layout, because this is a folder endpoint, and then inside that we'll create a route.jsx. We'll say export async function, we'll say post, and then the request. Over here obviously we want the user input, so you can get the form data as it is, okay, is equal to await request.json, and then save it. Then go back to the Google AI Studio, and obviously we want to copy this example, right? So instead of, obviously I'm not going to copy everything as it is, okay. So basically we'll add a new chat, and then select the code, select the TypeScript, copy everything, and simply paste it inside here. Now before doing anything, you need to import this Google generator AI. You need to install that SDK. Over here we'll make sure to import. So this is the command to install. If you are using TypeScript, make sure to execute the second line as well, and then simply I'm going to paste it. So it will install the Google generative AI SDK for us. Then obviously I will remove this function. We don't want this main as well. Next thing, you need to provide this Gemini API key. So go to this .env file, I will add this API key, and then simply from the get API key you can copy your key. Once key is pasted, obviously it will access to this Gemini API key, and we'll pass it to this Google Gen AI SDK model. Then here you can select the model which you want. Obviously you have different model which you can explore from this AI Studio, and that model name you need to provide. Now under the content section, here you need to pass your input, okay. Now obviously we want to pass our own prompt, which I already sharing with you guys. So this prompt I'm going to save at some place. So over here I will add constant, we'll say prompt, and then we'll add our prompt, okay. Now I will just collapse this one. So this prompt we're gonna use it. So instead of this text I will say prompt, okay. But along with that one, we want to send all the form data. Obviously this form data is in the form of JSON, so I will just change this and will modify it with a stringify, and then I'm going to pass this form data. Obviously you can take each field out, but obviously AI will take care of that one. You don't need to mention everything. And then this content, we're going to pass it to this generate content stream, and it will generate the result for you. Now generate content stream will create a line by line response, okay, but we don't want in that way. So simply you can say generate content, and then directly it will return the response for you. So inside the response you have the text. I think that's how you can get the proper response. In the return you can say next response dot JSON, and then response dot text, right? So this is how you will get the response. But once the response is generated with the help of AI, we need to save all the information to database, okay, because that is very important. We already have the table created for the courses, and in that one we need to add all of these fields. So for that, let's add a query. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, give the table name. So here we'll course table, and then dot values. So inside this you need to provide the value. So first is the name, and all of this field obviously we already have inside the form. So the best way, instead of putting the value something like this, right, one by one, you can just add form data, because form data also have field and the respective value. Okay. Second, we also want to save the course JSON, so that also we are going to add. So here we say course JSON is equal to, sorry, the colon and then this value response dot text. But obviously before saving we have to make sure it is in the proper JSON format, okay, and that obviously we are going to check before inserting the records. And the last important thing, we want to add the user email. Now this user email you will get it from the Clerk hook, right? So here we say constant user is equal to use auth, okay. So from the use auth you will get the user information. Sorry, so use, yeah, you can use the use auth because that is only work on the client side. So here better you can use current user, okay. So this current user, it's importing from the Clerk only, okay, but you can use it at server side. Also make sure to update this to Clerk NextJs /server and make sure to remove this use auth. And from the user, now you can add the email ID. So here we say user dot email address, or I think it's a primary email address dot email address, and then save it, okay. But before that, let's see whether we are getting the response or not. Once you create this API endpoint, in order to call this API endpoint, go back to our components, the dialog where we created, right. So inside the workspace under the component we have this add new course dialog, and on the click of generate we want to call it. So simply we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and then give the API endpoint name, which is generate course layout, and then the arrow function. Now inside that you can simply pass the form data. So here we'll say form data, okay, because that's the only thing we need to pass it. Here mark this as a async, and then we'll get the result. So inside the console we'll say result dot data and save it. Now whenever you click on generate, right, obviously it will take some time to save the data, generate the AI response. Now in order to show the loading state, here mention the loading state using the use state default value, you can pass it as a false, and whenever user click on generate, set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true for this button, you can show a loading indicator. So here we'll say if loading is true, then we can show a loader icon, and obviously I'm going to animate that. So using this Tailwind CSS animate spin class, you can animate that one, otherwise we'll show this sparkle icon and then save it, okay, as simple as that. Also I will disable this button when the loading is true and then save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. So I will just refresh this screen. Now we want to create a course. Let's create for the React.js. Here it's an optional React.js basics. Then you can add the number of chapters, difficulty level, and the category, okay. And once everything is good, obviously I will open the inspect panel and click generate course. Now if you see, it start generating the course, and currently it's showing a loader. In the network tab you can see whether it's running or not. Right now we got an error, okay, but make sure in the payload you are passing all the details. Now obviously whenever you get an error, either wrap this generate content call inside the try catch block, or simply for the error you can check the console as well. So over here it's saying, see, the response dot text is not a function, and that's why we are getting the error. Okay, now it might generate the response, but because of this one we are getting this error. So maybe in order to get a data might have different way. Now this is the way that you can fetch it. Okay, I just verify that by consoling the response only. Okay, so once I console, you will see inside the candidate we have this content, and under the content we have the part, the 0th element, and inside the text we have this string format data. Currently it's returning the string. Okay, so obviously we need to convert this text to a JSON. So I'm gonna get the constant raw JSON is equal to, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, then over here we constant we'll say only raw response, and over here we'll say raw JSON is equal to raw response dot replace, and then we need to replace the first JSON string with an empty value, and also along with that one at the last we also have this 3 tag, and we need to replace that one as well with an empty string. And then finally we'll say JSON response is equal to JSON dot parse the raw JSON, and then we'll get that exact result. Now this JSON response you can return back. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. Complete scenario. Here I will just make an optional operator. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this add new course, when we click on generate, you can wrap this in a try catch block, and obviously I will just say console log with the E, and we'll set the loading as a false. Now let's test this out again. So I already have the details. I will just say generate course, and now so if we got an error immediately, so that's weird. Let's see inside the console what is the issue. Okay, we have that unwanted text written inside the route.js. I will remove that and then save it. And now if you see, it starts generating the course. In the network tab, if you see the loading, and it generated the response. In the preview we got the course information. Over here inside the console as well, you will see the course info, and inside this course again we have the chapters, categories, description, and all the details which we needed. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now once it is generated, make sure to save it. So I will just uncomment this one, and inside the course we are already saving the form data, and for the course JSON I will make sure we'll save the JSON response and then the user information. Along with this one, we also want to save the unique ID, okay, for the each course. So inside our database, so over here you will see we already have I thought we have the column called course ID. Okay, yeah, CID. See, so this CID I'm going to add it, and obviously we want to add a unique course ID. So for that one I'm going to use a UUID library, which is the npm library. Just copy that one, paste it in your terminal, so it will install it. And in order to use it, you can see the use case over here, how to use and everything. Just you need to call this UUID v4. So over here we'll say constant course ID is equal to the UUID v4, and make sure to import that one too, like this. Okay, once you add, obviously pass that so that it will get saved. And inside the JSON response, I'm not returning the I don't want to return the JSON response, so rather I will just return the course ID. So over here I will pass it as a course ID only, and then save it. So basically the UUID v4 somehow sometimes not working with the server side. Okay, so better what you can do, you can just get the course ID along with the form data. So over here I will say course ID, and then I will destructure this form data so that we can directly use the form data, and for course ID obviously we are passing that one, and then save it. Okay, and inside the add new course, on the click of generate along with the form data, now we will generate this course ID over here. So over here we'll say course ID is equal to UUID v4, I believe. So I will just copy this one, import statement first, and then we're gonna simply call this. Okay, and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, just refresh the screen, create a new course. I will add number of chapters for the testing, difficulty level will say beginner, and you can add the category whatever you want, and then click generate course. So now it's still generating, and boom, if you see, we got the course ID. Okay, obviously it's returned after inserting the record in the database. We'll verify whether the database has the record or not. And if you see, under the course table we have the CID, name, obviously we did not add any description, so it's empty. Then we have the number of chapters, all the field, and most important, the course layout, which is, we call it as a course JSON, right? Inside that, here you will see we have the course, the chapters, and all the information. And once you save this, make sure to redirect it to this particular course ID. Okay, so inside this add new course dialog, once everything's look good, we get this data. Then over here, in order to redirect it, let's define a router first, and then once it is imported, we'll say router dot push, and then we'll go to slash workspace slash edit course slash, and then course ID, which you are getting from the result.data.course ID. Okay, or obviously you can also redirect it through this course ID as well. Okay, so that's how, guys, you need to make sure to insert the data to the database, and before that make sure to generate the course layout. So right now we completed these both the sections. Okay, and then we also need to generate the image in the next chapter, and then we're gonna save it. Obviously we save it in that one, but over here, so inside the route, after maybe before the save only, we can generate image as well. Okay, so that one I'm going to tell you how we can generate it for free banner images. Okay, but for now, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to generate an image for our course. So as soon as we generate the layout, before saving to a database, we need to generate this course banner image. And if you see the response which we generated with the help of our prompt over here, we have the field called banner image prompt. Okay, now this we're gonna use it to generate an image. So basically I will go back to our application, and here I will say constant image prompt is equal to JSON response dot course dot banner image prompt, because inside the course we have this banner image prompt. Okay, now once we get this, obviously here we need to generate an image. So in order to generate an image with the help of AI, I'm going to use this AI Gurulab.tech, where you will get an access to the API endpoint to generate an images for a free. Okay, so simply sign in, and then you will jump onto this dashboard. Here you will see how many images you generated. Also it provide an text to audio generation as well, where you can generate an audio for your text, and inside the playground you can even test this out. So for example, you can select to a different model. I will select this Flux, okay, which will give you the more perfect result. And then I'm gonna simply copy this banner image prompt. So it's very big, but let's copy it as it is. Then go back to this playground. I will paste it here. You can mention the width, okay, and the aspect ratio. Obviously if you are using Flux, so make sure to give this aspect ratio, okay, whatever you want. I will use 16:9, so width is more than height, and simply click run. Now once you run this one, within a second it will generate an image for you, okay. So obviously you can provide a more output. You also have the text to speech, and once you are done with this, you can click on view code, where you will find this code. Just add it there. How simple it is. Also from the API key, click on it, and then it will give you this API key. Just use this API key for to use this service, okay. So I will copy this, go back to your application, and maybe we can directly add it inside this image prompt, or we'll write a method, we'll say constant generate image and the arrow function, and we'll paste it here. I will make this as async, and here I will say I will get this image prompt. Now this image prompt, make sure to pass to this input, and here I will make the 16:9 ratio, okay. Then for the base URL, which already mentioned, which is AI Guru Lab Tech, for the API I will just go to this one, and we'll just add this new API key. So we'll say AI Guru Lab API, and then paste this API key. Once it is ready, simply we'll say process.env dot the API key, and I think that's all we needed, and it will return the URL for you, direct the URL, okay. So you don't need to store this image anywhere, you can directly use it from their own AI Guru Lab cloud server, and you will get the result inside this one. So I will paste it that one too, and this method I'm going to call. So we'll say constant banner image URL is equal to, and then we'll call generate image, and we're going to pass this image prompt, okay. Make sure you will use the await, okay, because this is asynchronous method. Now once you have this banner image, make sure to save this banner image as a banner image, and if we don't have that column inside our database, then make sure to create a new one. So for that one, let's go back to the schema, okay, and inside the schema just add that. So over here we'll say banner image URL, which is of type varchar, and default you can add any value, okay, it doesn't matter. Let's say I will just put an extra empty value, okay, so we don't have any image, and I think that's all we needed, and let's save it. Now once you save, obviously you need to update your record. So I will stop this Drizzle Studio, and then I will do the Drizzle Kit push. Once the changes are applied, again run the studio, and I will verify by refreshing the studio. So we'll see whether that new column get added or not. And if you see, now we have this banner image URL column added to our table. Now whenever next time when you generate it, it will generate the course, then it will generate the image URL, and then it will save everything inside your database. So let's test this out quickly. So I will create a new course. Here we'll say React Native. Number of chapters, let's say 3. Include video, say yes. Difficulty level, we'll say beginner, and for category you can add anything like say coding. Here let's say I want to learn Python. I like Python to learn, so we'll say Python, okay, and simply click generate course. Now we'll wait to finish this. Obviously it will take just 10 to 15 seconds, and right now it's generated, but we are getting an error, okay. So let's see what's the issue. So inside the terminal we got an error. So it's saying Axios is not defined. Oh, so inside the route, as it uses the Axios to generate an image, Axios endpoint, so make sure to import it and then run it again, and we'll wait. And if you see, it's redirect us to this route. It means the data is inserted, we have everything good. Obviously we don't have this edit course dynamic route yet, obviously we'll create it in a moment, but first we'll verify whether the data is inserted or not. So this is the new record which is the Python course we added, and boom, if you see, the image URL is added. I will open this image URL and this is how it look like. Okay, right now if you see, we are using this SDXL model. I will use the Flux model because it will give you the more cleaner and with a high quality resolution image. Okay, so we'll use this Flux model, but it's up to you. It depends on your requirement. You can use any model. Now after saving all the generated course layout into a database, we want to show it on the UI, right? And so that user can finalize it, and later on we can generate the actual content. So for that one, we need to create a dynamic route. So let's take an example. So we have this workspace route, and then we want to navigate user to the course edit screen. So here we say course edit, right? And then depends on the course ID, we want to go to that particular course. Now course ID can be anything, right? And over here, in order to add or give send the any course ID value, we need to create a dynamic route, keeping the same screen, but depends on this course ID, we want to update the content, and that is called the dynamic route inside the Next.js. And with the help of Next.js is quite easy because Next.js is a folder based routing. So to implement that, let's go back to our application, and previously we already routing to the particular page, right? So inside the workspace, when we add a new course, we are already routing to this edit course screen. So you can say course edit or edit course, it doesn't matter, okay, but keep this name same then when you create the new route. Now inside the workspace, we'll create a new folder which is edit course, and then inside that we'll create another folder, but in this case we'll create a folder starting with the name square. Okay, and inside that you can give the value. For example, in this case I will say course ID. Okay, now course ID can be a dynamic, so that's the reason we put it in the square, and then you can add your page.jsx file, add a default template, and here we'll say edit course, and then save it. Now obviously we need to know which ID a user pass. Okay, so that value you can get it from the course ID. So make sure to give the same name as this one is equal to use params. Okay, so with the help of parameter or with the help of this use param hook, you will get the course ID. Now you are using the hook, right? Then you have to make sure to move this component on the client side and then save it. Now over here, if I go to this edit course, slash, and I will get one course ID which we created, right? So we have this course ID, I will copy it and we'll paste it here and click enter. Then you will see this particular page, and right now obviously we only have the text called edit course. Now go to the inspect panel because we are console this particular ID, and here you will find this ID. Perfect, right? Now with the help of that course ID, we need to fetch the course layout from the database so that we can display it on the screen. So I will create a new API endpoint and we can call it as a courses. Inside this we'll create a route.jsx file, and then we'll say export async function, and this will be a get because we are just fetching the data with a request. Then whatever course ID which you are sending, make sure to get that. So here we'll say constant search params is equal to new URL, and here we'll say request.url, and from the search param you can get the course ID. So we'll say course ID is equal to search param dot get, and you have to pass the name of the query field. Okay, so here we'll say course ID only. Obviously in the return we want to return some value. Now here we need to fetch the data from the database. So simply we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select dot from, and then give the table name which is course table. Okay, Now obviously we also want to add a condition because we only want to fetch the course with the course ID, matching course ID. So here we'll say equal to, let me bring this dot equal or dot where, sorry, because this is where condition, and inside that we'll add equal to, and then we'll say user table dot CID, which is the course ID. Oh, sorry, not user table, it's a course table. Course table dot CID matches with our course ID. And then once we get the result, if you want, you can console this result as well. But over here, we'll simply say result of 0 because it will return the list of course information. But as with this condition, it only return one value, and that first value we want to return. Let's save this one. And once you save, let's go back to our this edit course page, and here we're going to write a new method. We'll say get course info and then arrow function. Inside that we'll call that API endpoint. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, then we'll say slash API slash courses, and inside that we need to pass the course ID. So we'll say question mark course ID is equal to course ID, as simple as that. Now here is await, let make this as async, and then we'll simply get the data. So we'll say result dot data, okay, and then save it. Now obviously I'm going to maintain a loading state, and whenever it's getting the course, we can set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false, like this, and save it. Now this get course information we're gonna call inside the use effect. Whenever this component get load, this use effect will get executed and our method will get called. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So over here, if you see, now if I reload this screen, we got the data, and inside the data we have all the information which we want, like banner image, course JSON, and all other information. Perfect, right? Now once you have this all the information, let's save it in some state. So over here we'll define a state called course comma set course is equal to use state, and simply we'll set the course with the result dot data and save it. Now with the help of our UI UX mockup tool, okay, I will just refresh because I created some new mockups for our design, right? So I created a couple of them and I'm taking some of the part from each of this mockup. So in this case, we want to show this at the top. We're gonna show the course name, some description, the duration, chapter, difficulty level, okay, this option as well. On the right hand side, we have already generated banner for our course. That banner I'm going to add, and then instead of start learning in this screen, I'm gonna show generate the content, okay, because user is editing the screen, so depends on that one. We are going to show the button. Now you have another option that you can show the chapter and list like this, okay, it's beautifully give it to mockup, or you have option to generate like this. So you can show the chapter, in that chapter you can show the topics under that. So it you just want to provide you more visual way, okay. If I open this example as well, this is also very beautiful. You have option to expand it, and then you can see this chapter, okay. So everything you will find in this particular mockup design tool. You can generate on your own way. Now in order to display that particular layout, we're gonna divide the screen into a small section. So first I will say course intro section, where we're gonna show this top component, okay. So simply inside this edit course, we're gonna create a new folder called underscore components, and inside that we'll create course info.jsx file, add a default template, and this particular component now I'm gonna add inside this page.jsx file. we'll say course info. Now to this course info component, we need to pass the course information. So I will pass everything as it is and then save it. Let's go to this course info, make sure to accept this course and save it. Now once you are in the course info, this is how the card or component we want to add it. So let's go over here and let's add a div. Inside the div, I will add another div. Over here we'll say h2 tag, and then we want to show the course title. Now interesting part over here, right? So inside our result, right, we have the course JSON, and inside that we have the course where you will find the category, the name of the course and everything. So simply you can save that in a state. So we'll say course constant course layout is equal to course dot course. Okay, not course dot course, is a course dot course JSON dot course. Okay, and then you can simply use course layout dot name and save it. Now if I go back here, you will see the course title or course name. Now I'm gonna add some styling. So over here we'll add a class name. We'll say font bold, text is of let's say 2XL. Below that I'm gonna show a p tag with a description. So we'll say course layout dot description. So it will show the description as well, but we want to give description only 2 line. So we'll say class name line clamp to 2. Okay, so how many lines you want to show, you can just cut that out. Then after that we want to show the different options over here. If you see the duration, chapter and the difficulty level, so we'll add a div for that one, and inside this div we'll add another div with an icon. So for icon I will say clock, and in the section we'll say a text called duration, and another h2 tag will say how much time, right? So for the time we'll say course layout dot, and from the response you will find the duration. So duration will be it's not showing the duration, that's weird. Let's hardcode for now, and in the prompt you have to just update that duration. So we'll say 2 hours for example. Okay, and then save it. Now make sure everything is displaying on the screen, see, but you have to add some styling now. But before that, okay, let's add styling here, then we'll update later all the things. So first we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, then give flex column and gap to 3. So some space between all these things. Then for this one I will make this 3XL, we'll make the text gray, let's add 500, and for this we'll make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Then for this we'll make font bold, okay, and then time. Here I will make little bit more gap. Then we'll add some padding. So let's say padding to 3 and round it to let's say large. Then you can even add a shadow effect. So little bit a small shadow. So we'll see this shadow. Okay, and for this clock, let's add a class name. We'll say text blue to 500. Okay, now same thing you have to repeat 2 more times, one for the chapters and one for the duration. So here we'll say chapters, we'll say book, and then we have the I don't know what will the icon, but we'll say difficulty level. And for the difficulty level, we have the field for the difficulty level. I will just check, and if you see we have this level field that you can directly get from the course field. So we'll say course dot level. Okay, so this from this course you will get that field. And I will go to this lucid icon. So whenever you want to search any of the icons, let's go to the lucid icon and search the icon which you want. Okay, so for example, I don't know what to search, so let's say graph. So you can select this one, see, trending up. So it's just showing the difficulty level, but you can use anything which you want. And the for color, here I'm gonna change this to green, and this one I will change this to red and save it. And if I go over here, see, this option is showing. Now we want this in a one line. So basically I'm going to add a class name. I will make this flex with a gap to 5, or instead of flex, let's make it grid, and we'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on the medium or larger screen we'll make grid column 3. So it will be in the one straight line. Okay, perfect. So that is the basic thing. Now on the right hand side, as I say, we want to show the banner image. So I will just collapse this one, and then we'll add an image tag with the source and the arrow function. Now for the image, you can get it from the not course layout, but I will just verify once. From the inspect panel, go to the console, and inside the course only we have this banner image URL. So we'll say course dot banner image URL. In alt tag you will say just banner image, and width, let's add 400 for now, height let's say 400. Now inside the class name we'll say width to full, and height let's say 240 pixel. Now you can give the dynamic or your custom height, okay, in a pixel size inside the square bracket for the Tailwind CSS. Now once you save it, you will see an error. Okay, but if I go to the next page, here it just saying that you are using the any third party URL image, right? And the host name, this particular host name we need to configure inside our database. So simply copy this, and once you copy, I will go back to our next.config.mjs file, and here you need to add that. So we'll say images, then domains, and inside the domain make sure to define this domain so that you can able to show any third party URL. Now if I refresh it, you will see the image, boom, but that look quite weird, right? So let's align in the same line. So for this div, we'll make class name flex gap to 5, and also make justify between. Okay, so in case of bigger screen it will not stretch out, and if you see, it's look perfectly fine. Now for this image, let's make the corner rounded, something like this. And then for this top div, I'm gonna add some padding. So here we'll say padding to 5, then rounded corner to 2xl, and then the shadow as well. And that's how our top section is now ready. Just below to this 3 option, right, we want to add a button so that user have option to generate the final content. So we'll say button, and we'll say generate content. So this is how it will look like. Also, when the screen size is smaller, we'll make sure this image will be at the top. Okay, so over here for the flex, I will only give this flex when the screen size is medium. Otherwise we can give a flex row reverse. I think let's try this out, and okay, so it completely reverse. Okay, and that's also look good, but on the smaller screen only we have to reverse it. Right now this is how it look like. So maybe we can update it over here. Okay, So we can keep as it is, but just make sure that you will add a gap over here, okay? And maybe we can say margin on a margin top to 5, otherwise on medium or larger screen will not give any margin. And if I decrease the screen size, you will see it will come at the bottom. Okay, perfect. Also currently the image is get stretched, so we need to fix that. So over here we'll say object cover, so it will not get stretched. Okay, something like this. And if you want, you can even provide the aspect ratio as well. So let's add auto and we'll see how it looks. So depends on the screen size, it will change it. See, now we are going to add the chapter list and the topic under that. So obviously this is how it will look like. I generated this mockup with the help of uiuxmockup.com, where at the top we are going to show chapter and then topic underneath, and this is the complete UI workflow we are going to implement. So obviously we want to design in a similar way that this wireframe will look like. Okay, so let's go back, and over here I already have the code created for that one for front end. So I will just copy that, and inside the component folder underscore component, we are going to create a new file called chapter topic list.jsx. Add a default template and simply make sure to add that particular component inside this page.jsx file like this. Okay, then make sure to pass the course information to this chapter topic list, and then obviously right now make sure that chapter topic list is showing on the screen, and then make sure to accept that course as well. Also I'm going to add a header, so we'll say chapter and or we'll say chapters and topics. Okay, let's add some Tailwind CSS classes like font bold, text 3XL, and then we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, after this I'm going to make sure to add the content which we copied. Okay, and here we have the course layout, but if I go to the course info, the way that we get the course layout right inside the course info, make sure to use that and make sure to accept the course. So I forgot to write there, but let's make sure you add it. Okay, and then that course layout getting iterated, then we have the chapters and everything is set up as it is. So just copy the code and then you will good to go. Over here if you see, I gave the chapter name, duration, the number of chapters that is calculated depends on how many topics under that each chapter. Then I also iterate the each topic, okay, from that particular chapter and show it in the form of the circle. So let me reload this application. Okay, so if you get an error, just fix that one. So right now if you scroll down, I forgot to add this gift icon. Okay, so from the Lucid React, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful chapter topics UI workflow where we will see the chapter information, and then you have the each topic shown in the form of this beautiful design. Now it's time to generate the final course content, where with the help of AI LLM model we are going to generate the content for each of the chapter and its topic, and along with that one, depends on the chapter, we also want to get the YouTube video related to that. Obviously we are going to use an YouTube API for it, and I'm going to tell you how to easily integrate in order to generate these all things together. So first thing first, let's go back to our application. I will close this tab for now, and I'm going to go to this maybe page.jsx, and inside this obviously we have this course info and chapter topic list. Now even though if I go to this course info, because we have the generate content button right here, I'm going to write a method. We'll say constant get course content, or we'll say generate course content. and the arrow function. Now inside this we need to call an API, okay, call API to generate content. Now to this API obviously we need to pass the course layout, because inside the course layout, if I open any of this one, right, inside this course layout we have this chapter name, the duration, topic and all the information which we needed to generate the content. So let's create an API endpoint. So under this API we'll add a new folder, we'll say generate course content, and inside that we'll write route.jsx file. Now we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request, so we'll say post. Now inside this first we'll need to get the all the course information, okay, then we want to get the course title. Now this course title we already have that, okay, you can say course name, and we also need the course ID, okay. Now this course ID we already have, so if I scroll, this CID we need it, okay. Now this CID if you are not passing to this course info, so I will just verify. So we already have that one, because from the course only we are fetching the course JSON, so we have the CID, so that course ID we also need it, because we want to save an actual content as well, right. So that's why we added, and is equal to await request.json. Here I also added this prompt to generate the content. This prompt is available inside this documentation, okay. So over here I added this prompt as well, and next over here we'll simply going to write a promise, because we need to generate the content one by one. So we'll say promises is equal to course JSON dot chapters dot map, and then we'll simply say async course and then arrow function. Now obviously we want to use an AI model, so if I go to this AI model, you can just use this config model content everything as it is. So I will copy all of them together and then we'll paste it here. Make sure you are using this generate content, and also inside this course layout generation I kept this AI initialization, the Google Gen initialization at the top, and make sure to export this one. So once you export, you don't need to redefine again, simply you can use it. So you have to import that, okay, and once you import, it is importing from this generate course layout, okay. Also for the response, right, I'm gonna copy this console log, so it will be easy over here, and then save it, or simply copy this because we also want a final JSON, okay, and save. Now next thing we need to update this text, okay, with the actual information. So over here we'll say prompt plus, and then we'll convert this each chapter, okay. Here we, instead of course, we'll say chapter, like this. So because with this prompt we are just telling that, okay, we have to generate, this is the schema we want as output, and in the user input we have all of this chapter information. Once it is done, make sure to return the response to that promise, so we'll say JSON response. Now obviously before this we also want to generate the YouTube, not generate, but we need to get a YouTube video as well, that we will do it later on, but for now we are just testing whether we are able to generate the content or not. Inside the constant we'll say a course content is equal to await promise dot all, and then that promise we need, the promise which we defined at the top, we need to pass. Now this course content will contain the final result, okay, and then once you have this course content, you can just return it. So we'll say return next response dot JSON, and then we'll say course content. Now I will also add the course title, okay. So over here we'll say, or let's keep it as it is, Okay, so JSON response, but in the response I will say course name as course title, because we are passing this course title as well, and then the course content as a course content. Okay, and then save it. I think this will work perfectly fine. Now let's go back to course info, and inside that we need to make that API call. Now make sure to add this loading state. I already added that, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post request, then slash API slash the endpoint, which is generate course content, and then inside the body we need to pass all these three fields. Okay, one is the course JSON. Let me copy that. Over here the course JSON will be nothing but the course layout. Okay, so this one. Then for the course title, which you can get it from the course dot name, and for the course ID, which is again we can get it from the course dot CID, and save it. Now once you make the API call, just return the result. So we'll say result dot data. Okay, obviously make sure to wrap this in a try catch block, so if you get any error we'll get to know. And whenever it starts, right here we need to set the loading as a true. Then once the generation is finished, we'll set the loading as a false, and if you get any error then also you can set the loading as a false. I will console here with an exception if you get any exception. Let's save this and let's test this out. So I will go to this, let's refresh this page, and inside the console we'll say generate content. Now if you see it's showing the loader, right, it means it's generating in the background. Now we'll wait to finish this. So if you see over here, it generated successfully, and obviously the generated content is stopped because we got the response. Okay, but this response we want in the form of JSON, and while converting JSON we also get an error that some bad response, the 500 error. That's because when we convert this response, so inside the generated content, right, if I scroll down over here we have some issue, somehow the parsing did not happen correctly, so we need to fix it. So actually when I check it, right, if you see this error, it's saying the raw response is not defined. So we forgot to define this raw response, we just use this console. So make sure you define this raw response. This raw response obviously we are passing, and we'll make sure to replace this JSON, the raw JSON. Once it save it, then we are parsing it. Okay, so this raw response need to be there, and let's save it and let's test this out again. And here if you see, the course is generated successfully. Here we have the course content, and for each of this chapter we have the topic along with the content and the topic name. Perfect. So that's how you need to generate the content. If you face any issue while parsing the JSON, make sure to resolve that. Okay, and you will get a proper response every time. So if you have any question while generating the content related to your course, let me know in the comment section, because now it's time to get the related YouTube videos. Now after generating the course content, we want to generate or get the YouTube video for each chapter, and for that one we are going to use an YouTube API. YouTube provide you the free API to search the content which you want. If you see, once you come to this developer.google.com/YouTube, currently it is on the version 3. Here you will find an option for search the content. Click on it, and then you will jump onto this search list documentation. Here obviously you can explore more option, and this is the API endpoint to search any content on the YouTube. Next, obviously if you want to test this out, you have option to explore it. Okay, we're gonna test this out. So before testing, you have to make sure on the Google Cloud for your Gmail account the YouTube API is enabled. So simply go to the Google Cloud. Inside the Google Cloud, once you are on the console, just search YouTube API. So over here I'm gonna search at the top YouTube API. and here you will find this YouTube Data API version 3. Now if it is disabled for you, make sure to enable. In my case it is already enabled, so once it is enabled, then you can even test that. So in order to test now, simply in the part you have to add the snippet. Then if you scroll down, you will find a bunch of different options, right? You can select the option which is relevant to you. Now under this query, which is a queue, you can type whichever topic you want to search. Now let's take a live example. We already have this course created, right? So we want to search for this particular chapter. So I will just copy this chapter name and then I'm gonna pass to this query. Okay. Now we have to also make sure that we'll just get the video and not the playlist. So for the type, inside this type section, just type it as a video. We only want video. And also you can limit how many result you want. Okay, so max result. Now in our case, let's say we only want 4 max result. Once everything is good, click execute. Obviously you might need to sign in with that account, say, okay, because make sure to sign in with account which you enable the YouTube API inside the console, and then we got the 200 response, say, and this is our all the data. Now I will copy this and simply in the new type I'm gonna paste this one, okay, just for the see the how the schema will look like. Now obviously we are searching only for the 4 result. Now under these items you will see all our results are there. Okay, now this video ID is nothing but the YouTube video ID, which is we are going to use it to play the video. Now in the title you will see this particular video is about the Python beginner learn coding within 1 hour, right? And whatever content and chapter we have, right, that is relevant to this particular video as well. Here you also have the thumbnail and from where it fetched from. Same thing, the second chapter, the second video, third video and fourth video, so on. Obviously you can show either 1 video, 2, or you can show 3 or 4 video, it's up to you. But right now we are fetching 4 results just to make sure that we can show a couple of videos for the user for that given chapter. Now once you learn how we can fetch it, let's implement inside our application. So first thing first, I will close all of this tab for now and then go to our generate course content. Inside this I'm gonna create a new API, so we'll say constant, not API, sorry, we create a new method which will generate or get the YouTube data. So here we'll say get YouTube video, and to this one we are going to pass the topic, okay, on which we want to search. Now in this I will define the YouTube base URL. Now this base URL, obviously we just use this particular endpoint we are going to use, and it's just a GET request, right? So make sure to make a GET request call. First I will write the parameter which we want to pass and which is the mandatory. Now this part is mandatory, so we have to pass it like this snippet. Then query, in the query we're gonna pass a topic, whichever topic you want to search, how many result you want. So for the result we'll say maximum result we want 4. Then the type, we only want a video type, and then we need to provide the key. Now this is very important part. Over here you need to provide a YouTube API key. The question is, where can we get this YouTube API key? Okay, now in order to get this key, simply head back to the Google Cloud Console, and inside here you will find an option called API and services. Inside this API services, click enable API and service, or simply go to this credential. Here you have option to click or create a credential and then click API key. Once you click API key, it will generate the API key for you. Copy that API key and save in a safe place. Obviously in our case I'm gonna keep it inside .env file. Don't use mine because I'm gonna change that. Okay, so here we'll say YouTube API key and simply paste this key. Once you paste, I'm gonna add this process.environment and YouTube API key. Now in this case it's still not connected. So what we can do, simply go to this API key. Before that, I'm gonna edit that name. Here we'll say YouTube API key for online learning platform. I'm just giving the specific name. Now I'm going to restrict this API key once it is in the production mode, but you can even restrict the API to that specific API key, or services. So let's search for this YouTube, and if you see, just enable for the YouTube. Now this API key only work for this API endpoint or for these services. Simply click save. Obviously later on, if you want to see the key, you can just click on the show key and you can get that. Perfect. Now we have the API key, we have the base URL, just make an call. So here we'll say constant response is equal to await axios dot get, and then we need to pass YouTube base URL, and along with that one we are going to pass the params. As simple as that. Here I will make this as async, and then in the return we'll say response dot data dot items. Okay, from the response we'll get this. We just want the items or nothing else, so that's the reason. And once we have this get YouTube video method, we are going to call once we generate this content. Okay, so inside this promise only we are going to keep, maybe over here we can add that. So I will just call, I will say constant YouTube data is equal to await and get YouTube video, and in this one we need to pass chapter dot and the chapter name. So this chapter name we are going to pass like this, right? And then once we have the YouTube data, obviously for this JSON response data I will say YouTube video, then you can pass YouTube data to that, and then course data. For the course data we'll say JSON response. So for each chapter we have this YouTube data, but we have to make sure instead of passing this all the item, we are going to only pass the required in data, okay, not all of them. So to do that, simply let's save this YouTube video list is equal to response dot data dot items, and then I will define constant YouTube list. I will say YouTube video list response, okay, and then YouTube video list is equal to empty, and then we only want the ID. So that one we can get it by just iterating this video response list dot for each video comma index, not video, but here we will just say item, and then in order to get the information, let's do one thing. We'll say constant data. Inside that, whatever the things we need it, we can just use it. So this is our response, right? So from it we want the video ID, so we'll say item dot ID, we'll say video ID will be the item dot ID dot video ID. Okay, then you can also save the title, so which is inside the snippet. So we'll say title will be the item dot snippet dot title. Okay, but obviously you can save any other information which you think is relevant. Okay, so once you save that one, you have the data. This data you need to push to your YouTube list dot push, and then we'll say data. Perfect. And then I will just return this YouTube video list. Now obviously I'm gonna console as well, so we can just debug it if you in case it fails. Now this YouTube video list, it's coming back through the we are getting from this get YouTube video, and then once we get this YouTube data, we are going to save for each chapter content, and then obviously everything we are putting inside the course content. As simple as that. Perfect, right? Over here, if you want, you can even console this, and I will just comment this out because we already test this. Now let's save it and let's test this scenario. Okay, so I will go back to our application and then refresh it and test this out. Now here just click generate, and now it starts generating the content for us. And boom, if you see, we got the data. Now obviously this is a course name, but inside the course content you will see we have the YouTube video, and obviously we have the 4 video. Oh, it's coming 5. Okay, maybe we added the 5, but for each of these we have the title and the video ID. How cool. Also we have the course data, and under that we have the topic for each of this chapter as well. So that's how guys you need to generate the data from the AI model and get the YouTube video with the help of YouTube API. Now last thing that we want to do, we want to save this into our database. So simply go to the course, and right now we don't have the column to save it. So inside these courses only we are going to save it. So basically let's go back to our application, and inside the schema file I am going to add new column, and here we'll say course content, which is of type JSON, and then by default just leave it, or we can put it default to empty because we already have the data, right? So it's better you can put some default value and then save it. Now once you make changes into the schema file, make sure to stop this Drizzle Studio. I will just push these new changes, and then if you did not get any error, then start the studio again. Now I will just refresh this, and just to verify that we are getting the new column, or the new column get added, which is course content. Perfect. Now in order to save it, we want to save it on the API side only. Over here, yeah, just before this returning data, here we'll say save to database. Obviously we want to update it, so we'll say constant db response is equal to await db dot update. Inside that, which table you want to update, so we'll say course table dot set, and then we want to add the value which you want to save. So basically we are going to add this one, or we can add the course content as it is. After this, obviously you need to add a condition, because you have to save to that specific course, because each course has the unique ID, right? So this from the on the column CID we have to add a condition. So here we'll say where equal to user, not user, the course table dot CID is matches with our course ID, because we are already passing this course ID. Now this course ID we want to use it to update that particular record. Perfect. And then save. Once everything is worked properly, then it will return the response for you. Now let's go back to our API called inside this course info where we are generating, right? Now if you get any error, then make sure to send an error message or notify the error with the error message, and once it is successfully generated, then we have to redirect it to the dashboard screen. So over here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and make sure it is importing from the next/navigation. Once you import, obviously we want to navigate, so we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll navigate to the workspace screen, okay, which is the home screen, and then save it. If you get any error, then we want to show some kind of toast message. Now in order to add a toast message, you have different options. Through the chat here, you have the component called toast, or you have also one another component called sonar, which similar act like a toast message only. Simply I will install this one. So this is the sonar, right? Yeah. So we'll just install sonar. I don't know this newly added the next theme, and we'll add it here. Then we need to add this toaster component inside your root layout. So simply go to the layout file, and here I'm going to add this toaster, and then you can use it just like a toast. So just head back to this course info, and here we'll say toast dot error. Here we'll say server side error, try again, and once it is successful, we say toast course generated successfully, which is toast.success, but it has a success method as well, and then save it. So that's all about this course generation. Now obviously we're going to verify it. So I will just refresh the screen, and we'll generate the content, and we'll see whether once the content is generated, it is getting saved or not. One more important thing that we forgot, that we have to mention which column you are updating, right? We did not added that. So in our case, this need to be a course content, right? And obviously we are adding this, but here we'll say course content, and to this course content we want to save our value. Now test. So we'll say generate the content. So I will pause the video, so it takes few seconds, and if you see, it's redirect us to the workspace page after inserting all the records. Obviously we need to verify, so I will just refresh it, and boom, inside the course content we have the YouTube video, and then we have all the chapters along with the content in detail. Perfect. So guys, that's how you need to implement this YouTube API section and to get the YouTube videos related to your chapters and topic. After generating the content, we are redirecting user to the home screen, where we want to display the generated course list on this course list screen. And obviously if user redirect while generating the course, then also we want to show the course list, but in that case we are going to show it the status as a draft. So first thing first, let's fetch all the course list belong to that user. So I will close all of this tab, and then on the workspace where we have this page.jsx. Now inside this course list we need to fetch the list of all the courses generated by that user. So over here we'll write a method, we'll say constant get course list and the arrow function. Inside that we already have API endpoint, so we'll say await axios dot post, then we'll say /API /courses. So I will just verify that we have these courses, and right now we are passing the get method over here, okay, but we are not passing any ID currently, because this particular endpoint are fetching and getting this course ID, and then it's returning the course, that particular course. But we are going to modify this little bit, and then over here we'll just save it. I will add this as a async, and then we'll add course.log result. Now we also have to make sure that we are fetching the data belong to that particular user only, okay. So here we'll say result.data, so it will get print out, and then we'll simply call use effect, and we'll call this method. Now we also need to make sure that once the user is login, and we have the user information. So with the help of use user, I will make sure that this get course list only execute once we have the user information. Now go to the route.jsx, which is this course get request. Inside this, we are going to add a condition. If the course ID is present, then execute this line. Otherwise, we are going to just use exact similar code, but we don't need to pass where clause in this case. Okay, obviously we will pass it, but not with this course ID. Instead of that, we will pass the user email. Now this user email you can get using constant user is equal to use using the use current user. Okay, so I think we use already, so I will just verify. So this is how we need to use, just a current user, not use. So here we'll say current user. Okay, so it will return the user information, and from that user we'll gonna pass the user email. So here we'll say user dot primary email dot email. We'll say user, I think here we need to use await, okay, initially, and then once we have the user, then we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address to fetch that data, and instead of this 0 we'll display all the courses. Now let's test this out. So obviously inside the course list we'll get this result dot data inside the console. So I will go to this inspect panel, go to the console and refresh the screen once. And right now if you see, we got an error. I don't know why it gone immediately, but yeah, we have an error. So it's saying module not found. So maybe we added incorrect import. So let's go to the route, and over here we have to make sure we are importing from the clerk/nextjs/server. Okay, so this current user need to be imported from this server only. And now if you see, we don't have an error, but we have then 405 error, so that's weird. So I will just make sure that our implementation is correct. So if the course ID is not there, okay, so here you can add a condition as well, then it should go inside this course table, and then we should get the data. Oh, so inside the course list, the method, it should be a get method, okay, because this is a get API endpoint, so that's the reason. And boom, if you see, we have the 3 course created and all the 3 course showing within all the details. Beautiful, right? Obviously the first 2 course we tested very initially, so I'm gonna delete those, but right now the most important thing, we are able to fetch that data. Once you have this course list, let's save it inside our set course list. So we'll say result dot data. Then once you save it, obviously you will not see this empty state, say it's gone, because now we have the course list, right? Now just display and iterate that inside this div. So we'll say course list dot map, here we'll say course comma index and then arrow function. Each course card we are going to create a different component for that one. So we'll say course card dot jsx, add a default template, and then this course card we are going to import it. To this course card we are going to pass each course, and I will set the key as an index. Go to the course card, make sure to accept it as a course and save it. Now with the help of our UI UX mockup tool, I generated this mockup. I generated two variants, okay, and whichever you want you can select the one. So in that one we have the image, then the title of the course, some description and option to start learning that particular course. Beautiful, right? So this the same way we are going to implement. So first I'm gonna add a class name. We'll make a grid, then we'll make grid column 1 on the smaller screen. On medium screen we'll make grid column 2. On large, let's make grid column 3, and Excel grid column 4. Also we'll give gap to 5. Then inside the course card we want to show image first, so we'll add an image tag, then the source tag. Now for this image tag we'll get the course, and then we want to show a banner image, right? Now if I go to the console, here you will find the banner image using this banner image URL. Then in alt tag I will just add the title name or name of the, just we'll add a name, okay? So we'll say course dot name. Then we'll provide some width, let's add 400, and the height let's add 300, and then save it. And this is how it look like. Okay, obviously it's not really a good one, but that's completely fine. Then to this class name we'll provide a width full, then height to let's say 250 pixel, and we'll make a rounded corner to let's say XL. Then also I'm going to add object cover, so it will not stretch, and oops, sorry, perfect. Okay, then if you see this mockup, we only have the rounded corner at the top and not the bottom, and then we have this complete card. So overall let's add other detail first. So I will add a div, then inside that we want to show a title, the course title, right? Now this course title we need to get from this course JSON, okay? Because inside that if you see we have the name and everything. Or you have another option, you can also get from the course content, but rather I will prefer course JSON only. So from the course JSON we have the name, so we'll say course dot course JSON dot name, and make sure it's printing on the screen. Okay, again inside that we have the course, so that's little complicated. So over here we'll say constant course JSON is equal to course dot course JSON dot course, okay, so that we can directly use it now. So you don't need to type the complete part every time, say, and then title is showing on the screen, or the course title. Then we want to show a description, so course JSON dot description, that also is now printing, but you can limit that one. So I will say class name line clamp to 3 and save it. So similar to this one, see. And then you can add this beginner level and option to start learning. Over here I will add a div. Instead of beginner learning you can add the chapter, okay, how many chapters are there, that also a good option. So inside the h2 tag first I will add a book icon, and then we can show a course JSON dot and number of chapters. I will say text chapters, okay. And then on the right hand side we want to add a button. Here we'll say play circle, and here we'll say start learning and save it. Obviously we need to bring everything in one line, so over here we'll say flex and justify between, item to be in the center, and for this h2 tag as well we'll make justify bit, not justify, but we'll add item to be in the center and gap to 2. Perfect. Now let's add complete layout. So here we added the rounded XL, so I will just add to the top. Then for this div we'll add a class name, we'll give some padding, let's say padding to 3, we'll make it flex column and gap to 3, so some space between each of this value. For this title we'll make font bold and text larger, and for the description I will make text light color, let's say text 400, and we'll make text smaller as well. Perfect. And if you want to add shadow as well, you can add a shadow too. So in order to add a shadow to this complete div, you can add a class name and just add the shadow, and then we'll add a rounded to Excel to that shadow. See, and on the large screen, obviously this is how it look like. You can change this aspect ratio for this image. So what we can do, instead of giving the height, I will say the aspect ratio similar to the video, say something like this. Now this start learning, and it's quite small, right? So either you can change this grid width. So instead of 3, I will make it 2 only, and for Excel I will make it 3. Okay, now it's much better, and it's all about how you are styling, guys. Okay, for this text as well, I'm going to add a smaller one, and for a book I will add a class name. I will give text primary, and also give height to 5, width to 5, and for button I will add a size to small. Now one more important thing, we want to show the start learning button only when we have the final content. So I will refresh this, and inside the courses, right, we have this column called course content. Now in this case, if you see, we don't have course content. It means user have to generate that course, okay, and then that in that case we have to redirect user to the edit screen. Otherwise we can redirect user to the learning screen. So over here we're gonna check the course content as well. So I'm going to add a condition, if course content is not equal to empty, then we're going to show a button. Otherwise we can show other button to generate it. So here we'll say generate course, and then close it. Obviously here we need to add content dot length, not length, but we'll say content only first. Let's see, and make sure to add a colon as well and save it. So if I refresh it, obviously it's showing the, in our case is both the time it's showing the start learning, because we have the empty value inside our database. See, so maybe we can check this out with the is not equal to something like this. Better you can add just a length. Okay, if your length is there, then show start learning. Also make sure to provide a same size. Okay, and if you want to add an icon, you can add some icon. I will add a setting icon, and for the setting icon, let's save it and let's see how it looks. See, so here we have the generate core option, and here we have the start learning option. Also for this we'll add an outline, sorry, the variant as outline. So this is how it will look like. See, and for those which is already generated, we have this start learning button. Last important thing, obviously this one is the latestly we created, right? So we want to show it as a first one. So you just need to order it by. Okay, so inside our course API endpoint, you can just add order by, and inside that you need to provide a column on which you want to order. So we'll say course table dot id, and then you need to whether you want ascending or descending, that also you mention. But here if you want a descending, I have to add like descending and on which column. Okay, and save it. Now if I refresh it, you will see the Python first and then the another one which is not generated as a second one. So that's how you have to generate these courses. Now for this generate course, we have to make sure we will redirect user to the edit course screen. So let's go back to this course card. Inside this we can wrap this inside the link tag as well with the hrefs, and make sure to wrap this button. in that. And then over here we'll say slash workspace slash edit course slash and then course ID, that we can get it from the course.cid. And if I click on this one, it should go to this edit course, and boom, if you see, now we have all the data. Obviously you have once you click generate content, it will generate the content for you. But in the start learning option, obviously we need to redirect to the other screen where user can start learning from it. Now in the next chapter we're gonna learn how to enroll the student to that all the courses, okay, so that user can track the progress. Now it's time to enroll to the course. As once user we will check obviously once user is already enrolled or not. If user is already enrolled, then we are going to ignore that particular course. But if user is not enrolled to the course, then simply we are going to save the course ID. Okay, so make sure the user will not enroll multiple times. So that's the reason we have to check. And once we save the course ID to the enroll course table, then we redirect user to the course learning screen. So let's go back, and here we have the button called enroll course, and on the click of that one we need to enroll user to the particular course. Okay, so now we'll go back, and obviously we need to add a new table. So let's go to the schema.js file, and here we're gonna add a new table. So simply we'll say export constant enroll course table is equal to pg table, and then we give the table name, which is the enroll course. And then here we're gonna add some field. So first we'll add ID. So I will just copy the same type, and then we want a course ID. So we'll add CID with the type varchar, and then you can add not null as well to this varchar. Okay, so and we want add reference because we want to connect these both the tables. So we'll give the reference to the course table. Okay, and then select the ID from the course table, which is CID. So this is the course table. Okay, and then next we'll add next column, which is the user email, because we need to add who is enrolled to the course, so that user email be also added. Then the completed chapters. Okay, so this will be an array list, but here I don't think so we have array type, so we'll add it as a JSON only. You can add varchar, it's up to you, but I will make sure to add the JSON only. That will be good option. Okay, so here I will change to the JSON, and then save it. Now once you save, obviously you can add other column later on as well. I will stop the studio, and then over here we'll push all the new changes. And right now if you see, we have an error. Okay, so it's saying there is no unique constraint matching given key for a reference table courses. That's weird, but sometimes it give error, but it successfully pushed the changes as well. But for CID I mark it as a unique and then save it. And again I will push these changes, and now if you see, we got the enroll course table. Perfect. So let's go back to the course card, and inside here we'll add a new method called constant on enroll course is equal to arrow function, and then obviously on the click of this button we need to call this method. So we'll say on click and simply call on enroll course, as we already have the course information, so you don't need to pass. Now we'll create a new API endpoint. So we'll say enroll course. Okay, and inside that we'll add a route.jsx file. So this will be our new endpoint. Here I will say export async function and post request, and inside that we need to get some value from the body like course ID, and then we'll say await request.json. They will get the user information directly, okay, so you don't need to pass. And here obviously we need to check if course is already enrolled, and if not, then only we are going to insert it. So in order to get user information, we'll say constant user is equal to await current user. Now this current user, make sure it is importing from the clerk /nextjs/server. Then here we'll say constant enroll course, or we'll say enroll courses is equal to await db.select from, and then give the table name, which is the enroll course table dot where, and then we need to add a condition. And here make sure you are checking with the course ID as well as the email. So that's the reason I added this AND operator. Then we'll say equal to, and then we'll say course table dot user email matches with the user dot primary address dot email address, and then another equal to on course dot CID, so course table dot CID comma course ID. And here inside the if, we'll check if enroll courses dot length is equal to 0, then will return something like okay, so if course is 0, it means user did not enroll to the course, and here we can simply insert that new record into the course table. So here we say await db.insert enroll course table dot values, and then inside the values we need to add the record which you want to, or a column or field you want to add. So in this case we'll add a course ID and the user email. Like this, okay. And you can return the result of inserted record by just providing the user the course table. So this need to be an enroll course table, okay, make sure. And in the return we'll say next response dot result. Perfect. And in the return we'll say next response dot JSON, and we can return some message, okay. So we'll say response, and here we'll add already exist enroll course, okay, already enroll, something like this. So make sure it's a JSON object. So I will update that too, and then we'll go back over here. Now we are going to make a call to that API endpoint. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and then the API endpoint, which is this enroll course API, right? So we'll say /API /enroll course, and inside that we need to pass a course ID, which is we will get it from the course dot CID, and here we'll make this as async, okay. Obviously you can console the result as well. So we'll say console.log result. So obviously it's axios, so we'll get result into our result into the result.data. Then we'll define a constant, and we'll maintain a loading state. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state to false, and whenever user click on enroll course, we'll set the loading true, otherwise we'll set the loading as a false. And we'll keep it inside the try catch block. In case if you get any error, it will catch inside the catch. And here also we are going to add set loading to false, okay. And you can add a toast message, internal server error, something like this, with a toast.error, or we'll just say server side error. Now inside this we need to add if we will check, okay, if user is already enrolled or not, and obviously we can show the success message if user is already enrolled. And for the button as well, we are going to add the loading indicator. So here we can add a condition: if the loading, then you can show a loader circle, otherwise you can show the existing play circle icon. And for the loader circle, we can add animate spin as a Tailwind CSS class. Also, we'll make sure the button will disable when the loading is true. Now if I go back to our app and refresh the screen, click enroll course, and it's saying server side error. Okay, so let's check what is the issue. So we'll go to the console and it's giving a 500 error. Let's go to the terminal to check API endpoint error, and if you scroll up little bit, it's saying missing from clause entry for a table courses. So that's weird. So let's go to our API endpoint, and here if you see we want to use enroll course table. Here we by mistakenly added the course table, so make sure it's an enroll course table. Okay, so don't make such a mistake, otherwise sometimes it's hard to find. Now once you add that, I think we are good to go now. So let's save everything and then test this out. And now once you enroll it, you will see we are able to save the data, and we got the data as well. And inside the enroll course, we got the ID 1 with a CID, user email and everything. Perfect. Obviously we don't have any chapter which is completed, so that's why it's showing null. Now next thing, if you try to enroll again, you will see it's showing that it's already enrolled, right? Because we already have the condition for that one. So that's the reason it will also show if it's already there. Okay, but you can add that if condition if it's already exist, right? So we don't want to add or we can show some kind of toast message. So here we say toast dot warning, and we'll say already enroll, and obviously here we'll return empty. And if I try again, see it's showing already enroll. Perfect. And make sure you have to set the loading as a false, because otherwise it will keep loading. See, now if I refresh it and try one more time, and boom. So that's how you have to check whether user is already enrolled to the course or not. Now another thing that we need to show the enroll course list at the top. Okay, whichever course you enroll, we have to show just about the course list, similar like this mockup. If you see this mockup, obviously you can open this mockup in a new tab, and in that you can show the progress bar as well, similar like this one. Okay, and you can show how much chapter is completed in the form of progress. So what I will do, inside these components we'll create a new enroll course list component, similar like a course list. Okay, so let's add enroll course list .jsx. Let's add a default template, and then here inside the constant, similar like a course list, we need to add some method. So first we'll say get enroll course method and the arrow function. Now from the enroll course, we are adding a new get request. Okay, so here we'll say export async function get, and here will be the request. Now in order to get the value from the parameter, you can get that too. Okay, because we already know how to do that. And also from the DB, we'll say to get the data from the enroll course table. So here obviously we need to connect two tables together. Okay, so make sure you will fetch from the course table, because we want all the information, and then we have to join with the enroll course table. and then on which column. So that column name you have to provide. So in this case we'll say course table.cid comma enroll course table.cid, and then we'll say dot order by course, or we can say enroll course table.id, because latest enroll course we want to show at the top, so we'll say descending order. Okay, so that is important. And in the return we'll say next response dot json, and then we'll just return the result. Now over here we'll say constant user, because we want to fetch only specifically enroll courses belong to that particular user. So we define the current user using the clerk hook, and then here we'll say dot where and equal to, and we'll say enroll course table dot user email comma user dot primary email address dot email address. Now next here we're going to call that get request method. So you will say constant result is equal to await axios dot get enroll course. Okay, and that's all we need it. Here we'll make this async, and inside the console we'll say result dot data. Here we'll add a use effect, because we need to call this method as soon as we this component get executed. So here we'll add a data to check the console. Okay, so now let's go back. Over here we'll go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and inside the page.jsx make sure to add this particular component right just above the course list. So here we'll say enroll course list. So right now if you see we have an error, because the enroll course list we have to make sure it is on the client side. So we'll make it as a use client. We'll write at the top, because we use the React hook, right? And now if you see we have the enroll course list, but we have the 404 error, means I think API endpoint name is incorrect. So here we need to add /API/ enroll course. So make sure to do that. Let's refresh it again, and boom, if you see we got these just one enroll course list. That's correct. And inside the course we have the enroll course as well, and related course information inside this course field with the CID completed chapter under the enroll course, and the course information under this courses field object as well. Perfect. So that's how you need to do it. Now let's display that. So we'll say h2 tag, and here we'll say add continue learning your courses, and inside the class name we'll add a font bold, text is of 3XL, and for this class name we'll add some margin top to let's say 3, and make sure to save this. Now obviously whatever the result we get we need to store in one state. So we'll say enroll course list comma set enroll course list is equal to use state, and here we'll say set enroll course list with the result dot data, because we are getting the list of all enroll course. Now here you can add a condition: if enroll course list is available, then only show this particular component. Right now if you see it's not showing, because we don't have any course list, but as soon as we get it, it will show, and we have one, so it's showing this particular text. Now I will make this Excel little smaller. Okay, and perfect. I also updated for the course list to maintain similarity for the headline. Now heading back to this enroll course list, now let's add or just enroll this, just map this enroll course list using enroll course list dot map. Then we'll say course comma index and then arrow function. Inside this we need to show the enroll course list card. So better we can create a component under the component folder called enroll course card, and then we'll add a default template. Now this particular component we're gonna import inside this enroll course list. Okay, similar like this one. See, so I will just copy this and I want to paste it inside this enroll course card. Here first paste this code inside this enroll course card. Make sure to import all of this import statement for image, for a button, for this loader as well. Actually we don't need this button because we want to update that. Okay, and if I go to this course card, this particular example I'm going to copy and we'll paste it here, and for this one we're gonna accept the course. Now go to the enroll course list and then make sure to import inside this map and then pass this course information as it is. Obviously from the course if I go to this one, we need to pass only course information, right? So that is inside this course dot course. So I will just make sure the field name. Right now if you see it's here, it's looping infinite time, right? That's because we use this enroll course list component instead of enroll course card. So make sure to replace that and then pass this courses and then key is equal to index. And now if you see, it's showing the enroll courses. Perfect. Obviously we'll add the enroll course information as well. We're gonna pass to the particular card. So we'll say enroll course dot enroll course. So we'll pass it as an enroll course to this card. We'll accept it here and then save it. Right now obviously we are showing, but it's not correctly aligned, so we need to add it in the form of grid. So here I will add a div and I will use the same grid structure like course list. So I will copy it and pass it to this div. And now if I go back, boom, if you see, now we are able to see the course enroll course list. Now obviously in that one we need to add a progress bar. So from the shared CN, go to the progress and then I am going to copy this progress bar. So we'll paste it inside the terminal, and then in order to use it, you can directly use it as a progress. Now once you import this progress, see, okay, make sure to import that one, save it, and if I go back, so here I think make sure to import from the components. Okay, I think we imported from the incorrect one. Now if I go back and wow, see, now we are able to see the progress bar as well, and here we can show the how much progress, the text and percentage sign as well. So that we can implement now. So just above this progress we'll add a h2 tag and we'll say progress as a text, and on the right hand side inside the span tag we'll add the percentage. So let's say 45%, right? Now let's make it flex and justify between, and we'll say text smaller, text to be primary, and we're gonna also add a button. So to this button will for the start learning, right? So here we'll say play icon and we'll say continue learning, because this is enroll course, right? So user can click on it and user can jump onto the next page. Here we'll add margin top, let's say top to 3. I think this much better. Perfect. And that's how you can add and provide this progress section. Now next we'll calculate the progress. Okay, so depend on how many chapter completed. So here we'll create the method called calculate percentage progress. We'll say per progress, and inside the return we need to calculate depends on how many course completed. So inside the inspect panel I will just check the field name. So that is a completed chapter, right? So enroll course dot completed chapter dot length. If it's not there, then it will be 0. Okay, and divided by the total number of chapters and into 100. So here we need to change little bit. So instead of 100, right, we'll add course dot course content dot length. Dot length we can add. So it is inside the courses actually. So make sure to follow the same structure. And then into 100. And then we need to call that over here like calculate progress percentage. Right now it's showing nan. Okay, so it's not calculating correctly. So let's see. So over here we spell mistake, so it need to be a length. And now if I go, so it's showing 0%. Perfect. Also update this, copy that one, and we need to pass it to the progress as well. So over here we pass it. Now we have the 0%. Beautiful. Okay, so that's how guys you need to add it. And then we'll wrap this button in a link tab, and inside the hrefs we'll add workspace / courses, and then we can add the course ID as well, because depends on the course ID. Again we are going to fetch the data in order to display the content, and then save it. See, right now we don't have that route, so it's showing and 404 not found page error, but we'll implement in next chapter. But I hope you understand this particular workflow. Now once user click on this continue learning, we want to navigate to the course detail screen where user will see all the chapters and everything, and from there user can start learning from redirecting to that another screen. Okay, so if you remember, for example, if I go to this generate course screen, right, this screen actually we want to show when user click to start learning, okay, or continue learning. And from here, instead of generate content button, we are going to add continue learning button. Here user can see which one is completed and everything that we are going to show on this progress. So let's go to the dashboard, and on the dashboard, on the click of continue learning, we want to add a new route. So here inside the workspace only, I'm going to add a new route, and here we say view course. Okay, inside the view course we'll add page.jsx, add a default template, and we'll rename this to view course, and then save it. Obviously depends on the course ID, we need to show that particular course, so we need to make this a dynamic route. So obviously for the dynamic route I will add the course ID that we need to pass, and make sure to move this page.jsx inside this. Now let's get the course ID is equal to use. Here we'll simply add use params and then save it. Now We can reuse this particular component, right, which we already implemented, which is the edit course component. So let's try to add that. So here we'll say edit course, okay, and then save it. Now on the click of continue learning, so let's go to this component where we have the card called Enroll Course card. Here we have continue learning, and instead of this course, here we'll say view course. Now if I click on continue learning, somehow it's not okay. Yeah, it's redirecting. So it's redirecting to course. Okay, this need to be a view course. That's the name we gave, right? I think we need to refresh the screen and then click continue. Right now we got a view course, the error regarding this use params, because we need to mark this component on the client side. I will just hide this or uncomment this one for now, because edit course itself taking care of getting the parameter and all, so you don't need to add it from your own. And boom, if you see, we use this existing component to show our view course with all the details, and with the help of this course ID, it already fetching the data for us. Beautiful, right? But there is a one problem. Obviously we don't want the generate content button, so we have to tell to this component that this is not for the generating component or generating the content. So here we'll say view course, okay, and pass it as a true value. So go to the edit course, I will accept this view course value, and initially the view course value will put it as a false, okay. Then inside this course info, I will again pass view course to view course, and I'm gonna accept inside this course info. Now whenever the view course is true, we are going to change this button. So here we have this generate content button, right? So obviously we are not going to show, so I will add, if it's not a view course, then only show the generate content button, otherwise show other button. So that button I'm going to add. So make sure it is a correct one we are adding. Here we'll add a question mark, and then inside this button we'll add a play icon, play circle icon, and then here we say continue learning. Perfect. And if I go back, now I will refresh the screen. Let's go back first. I will just make sure everything is correct. Okay, make sure to save this file. And now if I go to the continue learning, see, it's showing this button now, continue learning, right? But if I go back and want to generate the content, then that time it will say generate content button. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. So obviously we use our existing component so that we can able to change this button as well, and we are not rewriting the whole code. Now obviously on the click of continue learning, we want to navigate to the new screen where we are going to show all our chapter content. So let's go back and create that new page. Now on that page we don't need this sidebar, okay. We are going to show the chapter list and the topic list on the left side, and all the content on the right side. So basically, in order to implement in that way, we are going to add a route outside of this workspace, and we can call as, let's say, course, just we will say course, okay. And inside the course we need to add dynamic route, which is course ID, and then inside that we'll say page.jsx. Add a default template. Here we'll say course, and nothing complicated, okay. Now I will go back to this course info card. So let's go to this course info card, and on the click of this button, make sure to redirect. So let's wrap this in a link tag. Then in hrefs we want to navigate to the /course/course ID. So here we say course.cid, and make sure to add your button inside this link. Now if I go back and click on continue learning, you will see it will redirect it. That's weird. Let me refresh the screen once. Obviously the button we wrap inside the link tag, that's why it's showing small one. But if I click it, if you see, it's redirect to this course page where we have the course text only. Now to this course page, right, you can add the app header because we already have that component. So if I add that app header, let's see whether it's displaying on the screen or not. Obviously it's saying use sidebar must be within a sidebar provider. Obviously it gives the sidebar header, so here you can say hide sidebar and you can mark it as a true. Let's go to this sidebar. I will accept this hide sidebar. Initially the initial value will be the false, and we want to show this sidebar when it's true only, okay, otherwise it will be the false. So here I'm going to add a condition, so this might not might be this error will gone because we are not dealing with any sidebar now, okay. And if you see, we have this user profile with the header only. So obviously you can add more details to this header, okay. Right now I'm keeping as it is because we want to implement a lot of things. So now on the left side we want to add the chapters. So I already generated the mockup with the help of this UI UX, and this is how it's looking. So basically we have this course outline which we want to show. I will open in a new tab, so just open in live preview. Here you will see the course outline, and in that one this is an accordion they use, say. So same way we can implement it, and here then we can show each chapter. On the right hand side at the top I'm going to show the YouTube videos, okay, related to that one where user can learn it, and then the content which we generated with the help of AI on the right hand side. So over here I'm going to add a div, okay, and obviously for this course we'll add underscore components folder. We'll say chapter list sidebar.jsx. Let's add a default template to this one. I'm going to add a class name. I will give the width, let's say 60 pixel, and we'll make background secondary for now, just for the testing. Give the height to the screen and then save it. If I go back to our app, obviously it will not display it on the screen, right? So because we need to import this particular chapter list sidebar into our main parent component. So here we'll say chapter list sidebar and then save it. And this is how it looks. The 70 is looks very smaller. So obviously we'll give it, let's say 48. Let's make it 60. 60 is also very small. That's weird. So let's make it with 80. I think this is much better. And on the right hand side we want to just show the content. Also here I'm going to add some padding, okay. And on the right hand side we want to show the content. So for the content as well, I'm going to create a new component. Here we'll say chapter content.jsx, add a default template, and this one I'm going to add over here. Now for this div, make sure to add a flex and give gap to 10, and it will be on the right hand side. Perfect. Now if I go to the chapter content, I will also make sure we'll give the padding to 10. So all the content will be on the right hand side with that specific padding, and on the left hand side we want to show the chapter list. Now let's use the accordion in order to implement this chapter list. So let's go to the chats here, and if you don't have the accordion installed, so make sure to install that one. So it's very easy. So this is how the drag and drop it will work. So simply I'm going to copy this npm command, go back to your application and then paste it here. Once it is installed, you will see this example. Just copy that. Then inside the chapter list sidebar. I will paste it here because right now we are implementing the sidebar chapter list. Then I'm going to copy this as well, and here I'm going to paste it and save it. Now obviously at the top here we'll say chapters and save it. For this one I will give margin Y to 3 and then font to bold, text to Excel. Now to this chapter list we need to have the list of all the course chapter, right? So from the page.jsx we need to send that. So on the screen we need to get the course information. So I'm going to simply copy the existing code which is inside the workspace when we have the view course, right? I think not view course, but let's go to this enroll course list. That's where we are getting this get enroll course, right? But in this case we need to fetch only for that particular ID. So I'm going to copy everything and then we're going to paste it here. Make sure to import this use effect, and this will only fetch get course by ID, I will say, so you will not get mistake, and like this. Then to this get request I'm gonna pass the course ID, and obviously you can get this course ID from constant course ID is equal to await, not await, but you can just use the use params and the course ID, because we have to make sure it will match with this one. Okay, so that we will get the course ID, and then we're going to pass the course ID is equal to plus course ID. Now once you pass you will get the data. This data you need to save in a state. So we will say course info comma set course info is equal to use state, and then I will replace this with the set course info. Now go to this enroll course route, okay, that endpoint. So inside this API enroll course we have to make sure whenever we have the course ID we want to use, or we want to add a where clause along with the course ID. So over here first we need to add a get request. So similar like these courses, right? Here this is how we fetch it. Same way we are going to get the course ID from the query parameter. Over here if we can add, if course ID is there then execute a different query, otherwise you can execute this one. And then inside this if, simply I'm going to copy everything as it is, only change here we have to add AND operator because we want to fetch that user's email course information, and then I will add one more equal to. Over here we'll say enroll course table dot CID matches with our course ID, and then save it. Okay, so what it will do, it will fetch you that particular record, and here you don't need order by because it will only fetch one record. And now inside the return we'll say next response dot JSON and make sure to return the result of 0 only, because you will get only of first one element, okay, in that particular list, and then save it. Now let's go back to our, I will close this one, inside the page.jsx where we need to pass this course ID. Okay, so sorry, this course ID we pass it and we'll check whether we are getting the data or not. So over here let's refresh the screen. Inside the inspect panel, inside the console, so we got an error because we are using use effect. We need to make this particular component on the client side. Okay, now we will refresh it, and now if you see we got the course with that particular ID which user enroll. If user is not enroll and trying to access it, it will not work. Okay, now obviously here we have the courses and then we have the enroll course as well. So basically to this chapter list I'm gonna pass the course info as it is. So make sure it's a course info, and then inside the chapter list sidebar make sure to accept that as a course info, and then here we'll say course is equal to course info dot course, and then here we'll say enroll course is equal to course info dot enroll course. Make sure the field name is correct. Okay, so this need to be courses actually, so this is a courses. Okay, and save it. Now from this course we need to show the course content. Okay, and inside the course content, if you see, we have the course data along with the chapter name and all the information. So along with the course, I am also destructuring the course data, and here we'll say is equal to course info dot courses dot course data. Okay, just make sure the field name is correct. Sorry, from the course content again we have to fetch it, so this need to be a course content. So here I will also rename as a course content only, so we will not get mistake. Now at the top right now, if you see, we have this accordion, and on the expanding then we are getting this one, whatever the topics inside that. So we need to wrap it. So I am going to map this course content as a chapter comma index and then arrow function. Inside this I am going to put this accordion item, save it and provide key as an index. Over here if I save this one, you will see this multiple times. Okay, now for the chapter I'm going to replace this with a chapter dot and check the name, so it's a chapter name. So inside the course data we have that chapter name. Okay, course data dot chapter name. I will just make sure it's coming correctly. See the introduction to React, JSX component and all of these things. Perfect. For item value I am going to provide the same chapter name as the item value. Okay, so what it will do, when you expand it, it will expand only that particular option and not others. Then for our accordion trigger, we want to add the index value. So here we'll say index plus 1 dot and then save it, something like this, say. And whenever the chapter is completed, instead of this one number we are going to show the check mark box. Okay, that we will implement later on, but first now we have all of these chapters showing on the screen. Now next important thing, we want to show all the chapters one by one. So here I'm going to add a div. If you want, you can mark this as a child, and inside this div we need to iterate the chapter list. See here we have these topics, that each topic we need to iterate with this topic name. So basically here we'll say chapter dot course data dot topics dot map, and then from the each topic we'll get the index, arrow function. Then inside the h2 tag you can show this topic dot topic because it's the same name, and I'm going to add key as an index as well. Let's save this one, and if I open you will see all of this. But obviously we need to add some styling. First I will add a class name, we'll add some padding to let's say 4, background to white, we'll make rounded to large, so it will be in the one box. Then for this h2 tag as well, we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 3, and I think let's see how it looks. So instead of adding over here, let's add a background to these topics, and then we'll give margin y to 1, so some space. See, I think this is much better. See, and then I will just increase this padding and we'll make this rounded to let's say large. Perfect. So in this particular chapter we have these 3 topics and it's showing. Now once the topic is completed, we are going to show it as in the form of green background. Okay, that also we are going to implement later on once we learn how to add them or mark the topic as a completed. Then for this trigger I want to make this font bold. We'll say make text larger first and then make font bold. Let's see how it looks. I think that's too much. let's make it medium. Okay, I think medium is much better. See, and then once we open, we have the all this option. Perfect. So that's how, guys, you need to show the chapter list. It's very straightforward and very easy, and it looks attractive as well because we did not added a lot of styling. We keep that as simple as it is. Now for this chapter, you can show the total chapter, how many total chapter are there and everything. So it's very easy. You just need to provide the length and make sure it is in the braces. So I will add the braces as well. See, chapter 5. Now on the right hand side, we want to show the chapter content, as we already have all of this information. So inside the chapter content, make sure to pass all the information which needed. Okay, so let's go to the page.jsx, and similar like this chapter list sidebar, I am also going to pass this course information. Go to the chapter content, and here I will accept course info. Okay, and then save it. Next, I want the course and enroll course as a separate one. So obviously here we are destructurized in this way, but you can also destructurize this using this course comma enroll course is equal to course info, and obviously your value will be saved inside the course and then enroll course. From the course you can get the course content, or from the course info you can get the course content, similar like this sidebar component. Now let's save everything, and over here first I want to show the chapter, so we can just say course content dot, and we want to fetch the first element. Now this is very important, that depends on the user's selection of the chapter, right? We want to open and display that chapter. So obviously we need to pass the selection which chapter user selected, and then on the chapter content component we need to display accordingly. Okay, so in order to do that, I have one way that you have to pass the value from children to parent and parent to children, but instead of that one you can use the context as well. So we already have the context folder, and here we're gonna create a new context called selected chapter index. So we'll say selected chapter index context dot jsx, here create constant, and I will rename the name it as a same as a file name, and save. Now once you add the selected chapter index context, make sure to wrap it inside your provider. So you have to go to this root provider, and here we want to wrap it. First import that, then wrap it. Here you need to provide the value as well, and the default value we need to initialize that. So here will be selected chapter index comma set selected chapter index is equal to use state, and initially it will be 0, and save it. Now these two default state value we need to pass to this provider value, and then save it. Now wherever you want to use, for example inside the chapter content we need to use that, so you can import using this use context, and then you can say selected chapter index context, and save it. Now whenever you click on this sidebar chapter, right, we need to update this value. So basically in order to use it, first import that context, make sure you will import this use context as well along with this selected chapter context, and then on the click of it, so over here we'll say on click set selected chapter index with the index value, as simple as that, and then save it. Now once you have this chapter index value inside the chapter content, you can just display that. So over here we'll say course content of selected chapter index, and obviously for the reference I am going to check the console with the response. So inside this object we have the courses, inside that we have the course content and whether user selected 0th, 1st or 2nd and like that, right? And then we have this course data from where we are going to show the chapter name. So over here we'll say course data dot chapter name and then save it. Now once you save, let me refresh the screen, and if you see, we got the title of our chapter or name of our chapter, which is Introduction to React. So that's how you need to show it. Obviously now I'm going to add some style. Here we'll say font bold, text is of 2XL, and then save it. Now if I select this JSX and component, see it's changed to JSX component. How cool. Okay, so that's how easily you can update it. Now after this you can show some description if you have. So I will just verify. So inside this course content we have the course data and then we have the topic information. Okay, but now once you show this introduction to a chapter and an index, so over here I'm also going to show the index value. So we'll say index +1 and then dot space this value. Now we want to show the YouTube video because we already have the video data, and if you see this mockup which is generated by uiuxmock.com, we got this in this way we have to show it basically. Okay, so in order to add it from the video data, right, I am going to iterate that, but we are going to show only 2 YouTube videos. So over here we'll say h2 tag, we'll say related videos, we'll say class name, margin y to 2 and font bold, text larger, and similar like this one you can add this emoji icon as well. Perfect. Then let's use a div. Inside this div we need to get this course data and all. So we can save this in a different constant actually. So here we say constant video data is equal to video data. Okay, so instead of writing this long query, okay, and inside this we'll say video data dot map video comma index and then arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div and then we need to show the YouTube video. Now in order to show the YouTube video you need to add one important library which is React YouTube. Now this React YouTube component we need to add it, and just you need to provide the video ID in order to show the video. Very easy. First copy this npm command, go back to your project, simply install this, and once it is installed, over here you can add YouTube from the React YouTube. Okay, and then you need to add a video ID. Now this video ID you will get it from the video ID. Now just make sure inside your data, so over here under the, so this is the YouTube video. Okay, make sure that field is correct. So this need to be a YouTube video where we are referring video data, and then we have this video ID as well. Okay, and once you show that you will see it is rendering on the screen. Right now it's showing 4, okay, but 3 or 4 I think, yeah, I think 5, but you can limit that. So here we'll say index is less than equal to or less than 2, only show that much and okay, now it will only show 2 video, and if you see we have only 2 video now. Perfect. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex or make it grid basically. Here we'll make grid column 1 on smaller screen, and on medium screen we'll make grid column 2. We'll add a gap to 5, something like this. Obviously the gap I don't think so gap get applied, but now you can add some width and height as well to this YouTube component. So over here we'll add an options. Inside this option you can change the height. So let's say for example 250, then width you can add 400 and save it, something like this. You can also add a border radius, so let me add that to, let's say 15. So I don't think so border radius is applied, you have to check that, and I will just change this some width, little bit more width. Okay, but obviously when the screen size is smaller it will come to the new line. Perfect. But I think I will keep this resolution is better. Now once you have this related video, below that we have to show our content. So in order to show that content, after this div I will add another div in order to show it, and your content can be saved. Here we can say content data, or I will just verify once. So inside the course we have the course content, and then we have the course data. So this course data we want it, and here as well I will call it as a course data only. And from the course data you will see we have the topics. Okay, so this topic we can get it, so instead of this here we'll say topics, and from the course data we can get the only topics which you want to display. Once we have the topic list we can iterate those. So over here we'll say topics dot map, then I will say topic comma index and then arrow function. First I will add a div. Inside the div we'll add an h2 tag, and inside that you need to add topic name. Okay, so the topic name, okay, is called topic only, so I will say topic only. Here we'll say class name font bold, text larger, and then save it. And if you see we have this 4 topic now. Over here we'll add a margin top to 7, some gap, and next we want to show the content. So inside the p tag let's add topic dot content and save, and boom, if you see we have the topic and content, but it's look quite weird, right? So obviously we need to update this. Now in order to format this one is very straightforward, so I will just comment this out and then we'll add a div. Now inside this div we have to provide this dangerously set inner HTML, and to this HTML you have to provide your content. Now once you save it, if I go back you will see the content is formatted perfectly. Okay, here you can add the margin top, and then if you want to add any style you can add that style. For example, I want to add a line height, let's say 2.5, and once you add, boom, the line height also changes. Now to this particular div I'm gonna add some padding, then we'll give background secondary, and then I will also make a rounded corner, and this is how the result will look like. Each chapter has a different section. Also I'm going to update the heading. Okay, so the topic name we can change this, so we can make this little bit 2XL, and let's make it primary, and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. See, and everywhere now you have different chapter as well. You can add this index value over here, so index +1, so you will see the chapter number as well for each of them, and that's how you have to set the content for your content page. Now if I jump to any other, for example if I jump to JSX and component, and boom, if you see it jump to that particular component, and then we have the proper data for that one. See, for state management, handling event, and the most interesting part, you will see the related video about this one. And that's how cool it is, right? If you see the state management, here you will find the state management video for your content, this chapter which you selected. So guys, that's all. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section, because next thing we will learn how can we mark the chapter as a completed. Now to mark the chapter as a completed, we are going to add one button on the right hand side over here. So let's add that first. So go to the chapter content where we already showing the chapter name. So I will just wrap this in a div, and then we'll add a button. Over here we'll add check, circle, and we'll say mark as completed. Now this button will be showing just below this one, right? If I refresh the screen like this, and we want it on the right side, so basically for this div we can add class name, we can make it flex, and then we'll make it justify between. Make sure to add item to be in the center, something like this. Now on the click of it, we obviously want to save the completed chapter ID to our database, or we can save it as an index only. Okay, so over here I will add on click method, and we're gonna simply say mark chapter completed. Okay, now this method I'm going to call, and then we'll simply say obviously first actually we have this selected chapter index. Okay, so we just need to update this completed chapter. Now this completed chapter will get from the enroll course. So here we'll say constant completed chapter is equal to enroll course dot completed chapter, and then if the completed chapter is empty, then we're gonna only pass the new index. So over here we'll say if completed chapter dot length is equal to 0, then we'll say constant, not constant, but here I will add a let. Okay, so we can say completed chapter dot push, and then the selected index value or selected chapter index. Otherwise you can have option that you can pass it as empty if the value is not there. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go to the enroll course. Inside the enroll course we have the route, and here we're gonna write a new endpoint to update the record. So simply here we say export constant async function, and then it will be a put call because we want to update the record with a request. We don't need a constant actually. Then inside the body we need to get the completed chapter along with the course ID. Okay, and obviously we need to get the user email as well, but first get this data from the body, and then we want a user information that we can get it from the current user, as we are already using this current user, right? So that one we are using again. And then in order to update the record, we'll say await db dot update the table name we need to give. So in this case is enroll course table dot set, and inside that we need to provide the completed chapter. So here we want to pass as a completed chapter only, and then we need to add a where condition because we don't need to add two where condition. That's why I'm using AND operator, then equal to, and inside that we need to add enroll course table dot cid matches with the course id, and another equal to for user email. So we'll say enroll course table dot user email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. And you can even return the data, okay, of data of updated record. So I'm just returning this enroll course table, so it will return the updated record, complete record, okay. And inside the return statement you can say next response dot json with the result. Okay, so this is how your update or put method or put endpoint is ready. Now go to the chapter content, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot put, and then the API endpoint, which is enroll course, and inside the body we need to pass a course ID, which you can get it from the course info. Actually you can get that from the params only. So here we'll say course ID is equal to use params, and then we can directly use this course ID, and then completed chapter as completed chapter. Here I will make this as async and save it. Once it is updated, you can check the result. And most important thing, whenever the chapter mark as a completed, we have to refresh the data. Now this refresh data we need to pass to the parent component. Then inside the page.jsx we'll accept that refresh data, and then we're gonna simply call this get enroll course by id method. So it will fetch the latest information, and that in that time we will have the completed chapter information with the latest updated or completed chapter. Okay, now here if I mark this chapter as a completed, then we should save that data. Just for the notification purpose, I am going to add a toast, not here, but when we mark it as a complete. So here I'm going to show a toast message. So we'll toast dot success, and here we'll say chapter mark completed. Okay, and let's save both these files. Go back to your application, and then if I mark it as a completed, it is marked completed. I think it's not get refresh immediately, but if I go back and refresh this database, you will see the new record will get added. Okay, I think it's not marked completed. Now let's refresh it, and now if you see, it's showing as a completed one with that particular index. Beautiful. But again, if you try to add mark it as a complete, it will add that, and if you see, we got the notification as well. But obviously if it's already marked it as a complete, we either show it as a mark as an incomplete or incomplete, right? Because we don't want to save same information again and again. But if I mark this or another component as a complete one, so let's see what will happen. So I don't, okay, so if you see, it's remove the first and then it's mark the another one. So that's because if I go to this chapter content, we added this condition only when the length is 0. Okay, so we need to remove this condition. Let's remove this condition, and then let's try this out. Now if I mark this chapter as a completed one, if we got the notification, and if I go back to our database, let's refresh it, and then if you see, obviously I mark it many times, but now it is get inserted. But we need to check and verify every time if the particular chapter is already completed or not. So when the chapter is already completed, so we can simply use this, okay, and or we can move this at the top. We can use if completed chapter dot includes the selected index. If it's not there, right, it means the chapter is not completed, and then we can show this mark chapter complete button. Otherwise we can show mark incomplete. So I will use this cross and then we'll say mark incomplete. Okay, and now if I go back to our application, go to the first chapter, I will refresh this page. Okay, so we got this X only, we need to add X, okay, for the cross. And then for variant, I'm going to use an outline variant. Okay, so it's a little bit different, but let's see how it works. And if you see, this chapter is not already completed, so it's showing this mark incomplete. Same with the second chapter, but for third chapter you will see you have option to mark it as a complete. Perfect. Now if I mark this as a complete, you will see it changed, and here as well it changed immediately. But when you click on the mark incomplete, we have to make sure that we will remove that particular ID from the list. So I'm going to create the same method, similar method, okay, but here we'll say mark incomplete chapter. This method I'm going to call on click of this button, and then I'm gonna replace this value over here. We'll say completed chapter is equal to complete, or maybe we can just add constant completed chapter is equal to completed chapter dot filter the item, and then item is not equal to selected chapter index, and this completed chapter new value we are going to update, and here we'll say chapter mark incompleted, and then save it. As simple as that. Okay, and now if I mark this as a incomplete, you will see that change. Okay, let's click it and boom. Now if I go to the first one, mark it as a incomplete, and it's changed to complete now. Also, if you want, you can maintain a loading state which will give you the smooth transition. So initially it will be false. When you mark it as a complete, we'll set the loading, we'll make it true, and then here we'll make it false. Same thing we have to do over here. And the most important, you need to add that loading state as well. So first we'll make disable this with a loading, and then if loading is true, we'll show the loader, otherwise we will show the circle. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll make animate spin. Same thing I'm going to implement for this button as well. And then I will disable this when the loading is true. Perfect, and then save it. Now let's go back. Now I will refresh the screen once. Or let's consider you want to mark it as complete, so I will click it, and if you see we have this loading and then it's completed. If I want to mark it as incomplete, you will see it's mark it as incomplete as well, and this loading state will help us to add the loading indicator. Also on this left hand side, whenever the course is completed, we have to show the background as a blue one. So to do that, let's go back to chapter list sidebar, and here we need to get the completed chapter list first. So similar like this one, I will just copy this and we'll paste it here, which will from the enroll course we'll get the completed chapters, and then this from the completed chapter we are going to change the background to green. Okay, now the important part here, we have this index and here as well index, the same value. So here I will change this to underscore, so it will be little different, and so that we can add our style. So to this class name, I'm going to wrap it inside this curly braces with this tag so that we can add a conditional statement, and here we'll say if selected chapter index is equal to or maybe we can simply add the completed chapter dot includes the index value, because this is the index value we have to check, right? Then we'll simply add background as a green 50. Okay, let's save it and let's take this scenario first. Oh, so this need to be an and save it. So over here, instead of just an, we'll add a ternary operator, and otherwise we'll add it as a text white. So from here I will just remove it and I will make a little bit darker, and if I go over here you will see this, it's showing it as a green. Oh, it's gone, I don't know why. So I think we changed. Okay, so over here we need a background to be white and background green 100. I think that's correct. Okay, now if you see, yeah, it's showing correctly. Perfect. And the text which is inside this will make text green the darker. I think I can make a little bit darker. Yeah. So it is marked as a completed and this is not completed. Same thing you can do, instead of showing this number you can show as a completed mark. So basically for that index value, right over here you can add a span tag, and inside this span tag you can add this condition, and I will just use this. So over here if we'll say if completed chapter includes not index, then it will show the index +1, otherwise we're going to show a check circle, and for this circle we'll add a class name, we'll make text green and then save it. So after adding, this is how it look like, but I don't think so that's very good. Okay, so I will just remove that. So I will just undo everything, and instead of this you can add background green. So you can add the condition over here. So same condition I am going to use, and we'll test how it looks on this one. See, that's look quite weird because we added this background white. So I really don't want to add anything, and then this look much better. So here you can see which one is completed and which one is not. Okay, so green means it's completed, and then you can start using, if possible we can add some padding x-axis so it will be in the center. See now, perfect. So that's how you can do it. Now for example, if you mark it as a completed, you will see it's showing completed, and all of these options are also completed, mark it as a complete. But if I mark incomplete again, it will revert it, and you don't need to reload your application. It automatically take care of that one because we are updating the data as soon as we are making some changes on the chapter completed column. Okay, so that's all for this chapter, guys. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to implement the subscription model into our application. Let's consider that user come to our app and want to create a new course. Obviously, our application will check if user is already subscribed to any of our plan. If not, then we are going to redirect user for a pricing table or pricing screen in order to subscribe it. And after subscription, then user can create the courses. Now, in our application, for a first time, if user is new, then we are allowing user to create only one course, as we are developing the SaaS application, and from this application we can earn money by using this subscription model. And after creating the first course, then for the next course user need to subscribe to our plans. If not, then user will redirect user for pricing screen, and then after subscription only we are allowing user. Now in any application, adding the payment gateway is very crucial task, but in the beginning of this video I told you that in just one line I'm going to tell you how easily we can add this pricing section or subscription model to our application. And that's where the Clerk play very important role, because Clerk recently introduced the billing platform, the subscription billing platform, without writing the bunch of configuration or any code. And today we are going to use this Clerk billing feature provided by the Clerk. And once we add that, you will see how easy and seamlessly it works. So very first thing, go to your Clerk dashboard, and once you are on this one, right, because we already log into the Clerk because we added the Clerk authentication to our app. Over here you will find a new tab called subscription. Currently it is in beta mode, but it works very seamlessly. Now once you are in the subscription, click get started. You will land on this billing setting option. Now let's create a plan, okay, because you need a different plan. Now by default we have this free plan as well, but you have option to add a new plan. So over here we'll say starter. Now inside the starter you can add some description. We can give option, let's create free, or let's create AI course and learn. Now you can set the monthly base price. Let's say monthly you are charging $9.99. Then you can also provide the annual discount. If the user is buying annually, then how much you want to pay. So you can say $7.99, and simply you have option to add more feature into that one. Now in the feature you will see what are the things you are providing. So here we'll say AI course generation. I will create this feature. You can add a description if you want. Then I will add another. We'll say course banner images. Obviously you can add whatever the feature you want to add. Email support and so on. Okay, so you can just add more feature into this one and simply click save. Now your plan is ready. How easy it is, right? If you want to add more plan, you can just add another plan. Over here we'll say premium, and inside the premium you can set the price. Let's say $14.99, and for annual discount we'll say $12.99. okay, and inside this as well you can add this all the feature, and if you see with the existing feature you can just click on all of this and then simply you can add it. Perfect. Now once you add this all the plans, right, just click enable billing and boom, you are done. Literally the billing screen is now set up. The question is now how to add it. If you see this pricing table component, that's all you need to do it. So I will go back to our app, and before doing anything, make sure to go to the package.json, and here the Clerk Next.js should be more than 6.59. So you have to make sure the version is greater than or equal to 6.15, okay, which we already have, so you don't need to worry about that. Now once you add this billing section, I will go back to our app, and then we are going to create a new route for the billing page. So inside the workspace we'll add a new folder called billing, and inside that we'll say page.jsx file, add a default template. I will rename this to billing and then save it. Now make sure this page is working. So I will go back to our app, and inside this, if you see, I jump to billing and billing is selected and it's showing the billing text, and inside this billing, let me remove this text, and simply we are going to say pricing table. make sure to import this component from the Clerk Next.js, save it, and then you will see the result. And boom, if you see, we have these 3 different subscription plan. Obviously for this subscription plan we did not added the options, the features option, but right now if you see, we all have this all the subscription plan. Okay, now obviously you can add some text over here. We'll say h2 tag, we'll say select plan. Over here we'll add a class name, font bold, text 3XL, margin bottom to 5, and save it. So this is how it will look like. Now if you want to subscribe any plan, right, obviously here you can change monthly or annually, and then if I click subscribe, you will see in app you will find this payment option. You don't need to redirect anywhere inside the application. You will find an option and beautiful UI. You don't need to add any UI for that one. Everything is working. Now obviously we are in the development mode, so we can just pay with this test card, and once you make a payment, we'll say continue, and boom, you are subscribed to this plan. And if you see over here, it is showing active, and that's why the button is not showing anymore. How cool. One more thing that I wanted to tell you, that from this user profile settings, if I go to this user profile setting, go to the manage account, here you will see brand new option called billing. Inside this, once you go to the billing, here you see option that which plan you are subscribed, option to add a new payments. You can even switch the plan, okay, to any plan, and here we have all the options. You can see your statement as well, okay. You can just check all the details, all the single details, small details are added by this clerk. And this particular clerk help a lot of people, because this is the mind-blowing features added by the clerk. Now once you click the link in the description, you will jump onto this document in which you wanna learn how we can check whether user is subscribed to our model or not. So simply on this page you will see this B2C SaaS, click on that one, and on the in the documentation you will see these 2 lines. It will just check if user has a permission by passing the plan slug name, okay, which is already have, because we already added the plan, and for each of this plan we have this slug, right. That slug you need to pass, and it automatically return true or false, depends on whether the user is has the subscription access or not. This is how easy it is. Now this we can add it on the server side, okay. So I will copy this, go back to your application, and where we create this add new course, right. This is the dialog. Now we already have this API endpoint called generate course layout. So I will go to that generate course layout, and inside this one first we'll check if user has access or not. So simply paste the code which you copied, make sure to import this auth. Now once you import this auth, over here if you see, it is imported from this Next.js server. Then it will check if user has a permission, make sure to paste the plan slug name, which is this one, and then it will return true or false. Now before generating the course, obviously first we need to check if user already created any course, okay, and that one we only want to check if user don't have access. So here we'll say if not has a permission access, then we need to check inside this. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select. Here we'll say course table. Oh, this need to be inside the from course table, and then we'll say where equal to, and inside this we'll say course table dot user email matches with the user's email. So here we already have the user data, so I will just add email address, okay. Now if we'll say if result dot length is greater than equal to 1, okay, then we'll return next response dot json and inside this we'll say let's add a result, or we'll say just a response, and subscribe, or we can say limit reach, okay. We can say exceed, limit exceed, okay, that's better, and then save it. Now what it will do, if user don't have permission and does not have any access, then it will gonna simply check if user already created a course. If not, then obviously user can create a course, but if user already created one course, then we will say limit exceed, because we are for a first time user, we are giving option to create at least one course for free. So that's the reason we added this complete logic. Now on this add new course, here we need to check in the response. So here we say if response result.data.response is matches with this particular text, okay, then we want to redirect user. So we want to redirect, so I will, okay, so we already have the router, so we say router dot push, and then we'll say slash workspace slash billing, and I'm gonna also add toast message. So we say toast dot warning, please subscribe to plan, okay, otherwise no action required, and then it will generate the course and go to this edit course page, okay, as simple as that. And that's how easy it is. In just one line we learn how can we add pricing, and then here with this hook we'll check how to check whether the user has already access or not. Now obviously once user land on this screen, right, you can save the subscription to our database. It's completely optional because Clerk already have all the information. And from the dashboard, if I go to the subscription section, here you will see all the details, okay. Right now it's not showing because we are in the development mode and did not have any, okay, we have the subscription. See, right now I'm this user is subscribed right in the development mode, and that's why it's showing this analytics as well, along with who subscribed, when it started, when will be the next payment, and everything, whether that status is active or not. How cool. You don't need to worry about that one, and with the help of Strapi you can connect it. At the end of this course, when you push all our application to production, then we're gonna learn how can we connect it to a production instance as well. Now after adding subscription, obviously we need a profile section where user can manage it. Obviously from this user profile button you have option to go to the manage account, but what if you will see this complete component on our page. So under this profile section we are going to create a new route. So under the workspace, let's create a new profile folder, and then inside that we'll create a page.jsx file. Add a default template, we'll rename this to profile, and then simply remove this and we'll say h2 tag manage your profile. I will add a class name, we'll make font bold, text 3XL, and margin bottom to let's say 7. And then simply you need to add one Clerk component called user profile. That's it, and then save it. Now this user profile component is importing from the Next.js, so make sure. And now if I go to the profile section, boom, we have text called manage your profile, and then this complete component where you have option to manage your subscription as well. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to add this profile section. Now the next part is under this my learning we want to show all the user progress learning. So on the dashboard obviously we are showing this all the courses along with the user enroll courses. Now these enroll courses we also want to show under this my learning. So we're gonna simply create a new tab called my learning or my course. So under the workspace we'll say my learning, and then we'll create page.jsx file. I will add a default template and we'll rename this to my learning. Now inside our sidebar, make sure we have the correct path under this my learning. So I will just change this to my learning and then save it. Now if I go back to our app and if I click on this my learning, it will jump to this my learning tab. Now let's go to this my learning. Over here I'm going to add h2 tag. We'll say my learning. In the class name we'll say font bold, text 2XL. Then you can even add your welcome banner, okay, over here. And then once you save it, let's verify. Perfect. I will also add margin top to 5. And then after this we are going to add our pre-built component called Enroll Course List, which already has all the functionality we added, and boom, if you see, it's added this enroll course list, and here we have all the course which already enrolled. How cool. So that's how you need to add this enroll course list under this my learning tab. Now it's time to add an explore courses tab, where we want to show all the courses generated by the other user as well, so that you can just go ahead and enroll to any other course. So for that one, simply go back to your application and then inside this app folder under the workspace, we're gonna create a new tab and we'll say explore. Inside this we'll create page.jsx file and then add a default template, and here we're gonna call it as a explore. Over here we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say explore more courses. We'll add a font bold, text 3XL and margin bottom to let's say 6, and then save it. Now if I go back, I will just refresh the screen once, and here we have this explore more courses option. Then we're gonna add an input field in order to search if user want to search any specific course, okay. So over here I will also make sure to add a div, and inside the div we'll add an input field, and then we'll add a button as well. Over here this button need to be let's say search. Now for this one I'm going to add a search icon, and then we'll say search. Inside the placeholder we'll say search. For this div we'll say make flex gap of 5 and then save it. So right now it's very big, you can add some limit. So for this div as well, I think let's add maximum width to medium, okay. I think that's much better. See, and on the click of search we want to search the record, but obviously we're gonna show all the courses independent or whether you just search or not. So for that one I'm going to copy the course list data. So go to the course list and let's copy everything, okay, and then we're gonna modify that little bit. So I will copy that. Okay, so I think we just copy one by one. First we'll copy this top section and make sure to import the use state, then the use user use effect as well, and once you add all of this hook, make sure to move this component on the client side. Then inside the get course list we use this Axios, so make sure to import that too. Then I'm gonna copy this course list because we want to iterate all the course list, okay. Just below that we'll add that. Obviously here we need to add an image. Oh, so I don't think so we need this section, so I will just remove this, okay, and just we need a course card, and from here we are iterating. Right now if I save this one, let's see whether we are getting data or not, and if you see we are getting data. But here is thing, this particular API courses only fetching the courses which generated by that user, but we want to fetch irrespective of the user's email. So simply go to this API endpoint And here inside the get, we already have this condition. If course ID is passed, then we are fetching only that particular course ID, otherwise we are fetching everything. Now inside the course ID, I'm going to pass a 0. If the course ID is 0, then we are going to fetch all the records, okay. And also we have to make sure if those courses is not generated, then we are not fetching that one. So from this route, from the page.jsx, I will say course ID is equal to 0. Okay, 0 means fetch all, as simple as that. Now go to the route. Over here inside the if, we'll say if course ID is equal to 0, then we'll add our condition, and then inside that let's copy the same code, something like this. Over here we don't want the where clause, we want where clause but not with this condition, so I will remove that. And then here we'll say not equal to from the Drizzle ORM, because we want to check whether that particular course is generated or not, and that you can verify by going to the courses. And here if the course content is empty, if you see currently it's empty, right, then we are not showing that one, as simple as that. So here we'll say course table dot course content not equal to empty. Okay, so I don't know how we can show this one, but just write like this, okay, not empty, then only fetch that course, and then obviously we'll get the result, and then it will return the response for us, and then save it. Now if I go back and let's test this out, so I will refresh this once. So somehow that logic is not working, so I just found this option where you need to add SQL, and then you need to add this JSON object check whether it's not empty or not. Okay, so that's how you need to add. I will put this particular value, or you can take a screenshot of this one so that you can directly use it. Okay, so make sure to add this particular syntax, that is very important, and then save it. Once you save, here we have the result. Now if I refresh just to verify that we are getting the correct result, see. And now obviously inside the database, if you see, we only have the two content which has the value and other are empty. That's why it's not fetching. Those only have the option that only we have it's fetching us for us. Now if I go to this enroll course option, right now it's saying already enrolled, but yeah, let's try this one. I think they are both are already enrolled, but I can verify by going to this my learning, and if you see this information, perfect. So that's how guys you need to get the data, okay, and whatever the course other users are created. Now for the loading purpose, let's go to this page.jsx file, and here I'm going to add a condition. If course list we'll say dot length greater than 0, then it will show this course list. Otherwise I'm going to add a skeleton. Now to this skeleton we can add multiple actually, so I will just map it using this value, right, see. Then we'll say map, we'll say item, and inside this we'll add a skeleton. Now this skeleton component you can add from the shared CN, okay, just use this. And here for this skeleton you need to give width and height and other classes which you want to apply. So we'll say class name width to be full, and then for height let's say 240 pixel, and then save it. I will also make sure we are passing this index value, otherwise it will give us the warning. So make sure to pass the key as an index. And now if I refresh it, you will see this skeleton effect, beautiful, and then it will replace it with your actual value. While it's loading, obviously you can add that feature. Now before end of this particular chapter, I just wanted to tell you that as you know that we already added the subscription model, and we are preventing user to create a new course, but you can also prevent user by enrolling to any other course after certain limit. That also feature you can add it, okay. So just want to give that heads up, and you can add that. Obviously I'm going to add in this particular project, but it will be available in the source code, so you can find the source code and then get that particular feature as well. Now our application don't have landing screen because we develop all this admin or user part, but we need a dedicated landing screen in order to make this application in a production. So in order to add the landing screen, obviously you need to write each code one by one and all the details. But what this UIUXmock.com will do it for you. Simply just create a new design. Obviously I will use our existing project, and inside that you can select the mockup type which you want. Then select the mockup style, which is the flow by, Daisy UI, or whichever you want. Select the device type and enter some basic details. For example, I want a landing screen for online learning platform using web app, using AI web app. Okay, so you can add all extra details as well. You can even enhance this design with the help of AI and simply click generate. Now within a few seconds it will generate the beautiful landing screen for you. So we'll wait to finish this process. Now here we have the result. Obviously you can open any of these in a new tab and then you will find all the details. Now you also have option to download any of these mockup generated. If you see this code over here, you have option to export and it will export inside this index.html file. Same thing, you can export any one which you want, and once you export you can make some changes and take all the data from the body tag. Let me show you how. So first we'll open this in a, you can open in Notepad as well, or I will open in text edit, I don't know, or let's open in VS Code because we have option to open in VS Code. And if you see, we have the all the information. Now the next part, you can just copy the code which you want. For example, you can copy all of this information from the div tag and then simply paste it in your landing screen. And once you paste it, this is how it will look like. Obviously you can also copy the style which is mentioned inside this code. So I will go to this index.html and simply whatever you saw in style, just copy that and I will paste it inside the global CSS file. So you can paste it anywhere, and just you can remove this body tag because we already have our dedicated body section. So I will just remove this body because we don't need it, and then save it. And here is the final result. How quickly it generated with the help of UIUX mockup, and then we replace it. Obviously you can make some changes if you want. For example, for this image you can add the video as well and many other information you can update it. Okay, so that's how guys you have to generate the mockup with the help of this UIUX mockup and then use it inside your project. It's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share this project with your friends and family. Now in order to deploy this application on the cloud, first we need to push all our code to the GitHub. Then we're going to connect GitHub to the Vercel. So from the next time whenever you make any changes and push it to GitHub, it will automatically deploy the latest new changes to the Vercel deployment. So let's go to the GitHub, and here we're going to create a new repo. We'll say online learning platform. Then you can make this repo public or private, depends on you, and simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, I will make sure to add this origin. So in a new tab, first initialize the git. So we'll say git init, then we'll set the remote origin. Then we need to add all of this file in a stage. So we'll add a command git add space dot, then we'll write a commit message. So we'll say initial commit, and then you can push it. Now if you are pushing very first time, you need to use this command, and later on you can just use git push after adding and putting a comment. Once you push this one, if I go back, refresh this repo, and boom, you will see all your changes. Perfect. Now head to the vercel.com. If you don't have an account, create a new account. Inside this we have option called add new project. Simply make sure to connect your repo. Okay, so right now I connected GitHub. and then you will see your project name at the top. Make sure to import that. Once you import, you will see this environment variable. Now Vercel will automatically detect which framework you are using and everything, so you don't need to add. Also it will also add the build output settings, so that already taken care by Vercel. The only thing you need to provide is the environment variable. So head back to this environment screen and simply copy all the environment variables, and then I'm gonna paste it here. It automatically assign the key and value depends on our environment file. Then simply click deploy, and then it will start deployment by building your project. Then it will install all the dependency, and then it will finally finish the deployment. That's how easy it is, right? So we'll wait to finish this one. It might take a few seconds to a minute, and boom, if you see, it's deploy our application. Now one more important thing I think we did not added. If I go to the middleware, right, by the way, just if you open this particular app, it will ask you to sign in, and it's not giving us the default page, right? Because this default page is protected by our authenticate provider. So simply head to this middleware, and then inside this public route, make sure to add the default as a public, right? So just add a slash, and then even though you did not sign in, but you can able to see the landing screen. Now once you make this update, make sure to add these changes. Then I will add a commit message, and then push the changes. Okay, once you push it, obviously it will automatically trigger the Vercel for you. So if I go to the project now, so I will refresh this, so we will see this project name at the top, and inside under the deployment section you will see the building gets started, and then updated changes will deploy to the production, and now it's live. See, okay, now if I go to the project, open our domain, and then you will see the landing screen. Obviously on the click of get started or start free trial, it will redirect me to the sign in page because I did not sign in, and after successful sign in, it will redirect to the home screen, and here I have all my projects. See, everything will work seamlessly. You don't have any problem inside the production. Okay, so that's how you need to deploy your application. Now before end of this course, I just wanted to tell you that once you move this app to the production, you can connect your actual domain, okay, to your project, and then head back to the Vercel dashboard. So I'll go to the dashboard, and here you need to configure to the production mode. So here you can create a production instance by providing the domain name, and then you have to provide the Google Cloud Client key. Okay, you can watch my previous video that how I implement that. It's very easy. Okay, and also if you have the Strapi payment gateway, make sure to connect that to this subscription model inside the Clerk. So here we have the setting, and once you move this project to production, it will ask you to get started. You just need to click couple of buttons, get started, start, next, and then you are done. It will automatically connect your Strapi account. That's how easy it is with the help of the Clerk. So guys, I hope you really enjoyed this video. Press like button if you are new to this channel, and you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Watch my all the previous AI based video which will help you to build your own business as well. And if you really enjoy, press like button, share this video with your friends and family, and just try this my UIUXmockup.com application. I hope you will really like it. Also don't forget to go to the Tubeguruji.com and join the membership, where you will get an access to the source code, and you will find all my exclusive source code and the courses as well. So guys, see you in the next video.